Welcome to the return of Medieval Battle to Monaco, brought to you live from the city-state of Monaco. As you can see, we are already on our way to get started. The team that we just saw entering the list, of course, is Bande, hailing from Florence, Italy. There they are. The black and purple of Bande. Their captain, of course, Nikita Vastargin. As I said, they hail from Florence, Italy. Their opponent in this first match is going to be Plus Ultra. El Tercio Viego Plus Ultra, to be exact. Team from Spain. Today's tournament, we have 10 teams from all over Europe, 7 of them from France, 2 from Italy, 1 from Spain. Starting us off are the Italians, Bandaniera versus Plus Ultra. We're getting ready to start this medieval tournament of full contact HMB, that is to say historical medieval battle. For those of you who aren't entirely sure where you are yet, this is the live broadcast Magna Carta Monaco in the category of 5 versus 5. That is to say, 2 teams of 5 members square off against each other in full contact battle. That is to say, they're allowed to kick each other, beat each other with their fists, their heads, their medieval reenactment weaponry. As you can see, we have 2-handed axes, falchions, which is the one-handed sword, shields. You're allowed to hit with the shield as well. The most important thing is to make sure that your opponent falls down. As soon as there is only one team left standing, that is when the match ends. We're waiting to get started. While we wait, today we have 2 groups, Group A, Group B, 5 teams per group. They will be fighting 1 fight from Group A, 1 fight from Group B, to make sure that everyone gets enough time to rest between fights. From Group A, we have Plus Ultra, Bandaniera, Martel, Carcassonne, and HMB Academies. HMB Academies, Carcassonne, and Martel all hailing from France. Bandaniera from Italy, and Plus Ultra from Spain. Group B, we have Le Contra, Le Vassaux de Provence, Pardus Bellator, La Confrérie de Loup, sorry about that, and La Colonna. La Colonna being our second Italian team. The other 4 teams from Group B, all representing France. As you can see, our marshals getting ready to get started. Seems like everybody has been checked. You can see Bandaniera having 3 halberdiers, 3 falchions, 4 falchions. Oh, and there we see in the front of the list, walking around to their side, El Terzo Viego Plus Ultra. Or just Plus Ultra for a shortened version. Plus Ultra is a Spanish team. They represent multiple clubs, all from Spain, who combine to form one Plus Ultra team. As we see them entering the list. Also, we see halberds. I see at least 2, 3. We have 1 buckler, which is the small metallic shield. Falchions. The captain of Team Plus Ultra, Fernando Mignet, number 3. When you see him, as you can see, on their belts, all the fighters have a number. I will try and keep us all updated on who's who as we see them do. Some interesting stuff there. You can hear our announcers in the background announcing Bande Nere. There we can see them, the black and purple. And facing them on the right-hand side of our screen, the Spaniards, El Tercio Viejo Plus Ultra. We've got quite a long day ahead of us, 6.5 hours if everything goes well. That's 20 fights until we get to the playoffs in our group stages. As you can see, marshals are getting ready. And we have 7 against 7. 7 fighters from Bande Nere, black and purple. Already see halberds flying. One of the fighters from Bande Nere already dropping one opponent. He is now facing 2 halberdiers, while his 2 comrades are dropping a second one. We have Bande Nere now 7 against 5, leading against Plus Ultra. We have another Plus Ultra down, another Plus Ultra down on the right side of the screen. All the fighters from Bande Nere are still on their feet. Plus Ultra is in trouble. They're divided. One goes over the rails on the other side, over the lists, and the marshals stop the fight 2-7. So when there is, I will update us on some of the rules just in case we have new people watching. When we get to a point where there is a big obvious deficit on one side, the marshals have the right to stop the fight to make sure that there are no injuries. And that is round 1 going to Bande Nere. Very, very strong start, not losing a single fighter. So once you make contact with a third point, that is to say, if you are taken down and you go onto a knee, or obviously if you fall down completely, or if your hands touch the ground, that is considered a third point of contact and you are out of the fight. The aim is to take out the entire team and to have members of your team be the last one standing. That is how you win a round. A match is best out of 3 rounds, that's to say, and with a maximum time of 5 minutes. That is to say, if in 5 minutes the marshals call the round as well, and the team with the most fighters still on their feet win that round. And Bande Nere not having that problem, not having to go the full 5 minutes. They took out most of the Plus Ultra team with the marshals stopping when it was 2-7. Bande Nere not losing a single guy. As you can see now, we have some changes. There are 7 fighters in the lists at a time. But the teams do not consist of simply 7 members. They go as far as 12 or 14. So in between rounds, you are allowed to swap in fighters. And then as we just saw, the marshals, as you can see in the background as well, just checking to make sure that all the proper safety equipment is in place, that our fighters are ready. As we get ready to start round 2. And there we go. Plus Ultra, quite aggressive on the far list, pushing forward. Bande Nere holding their line on the diagonal. One of the Bande Nere has now, well, or one of the Plus Ultras, you could say, has moved past his line. As we see the far side of the list, a lot of activity. People start Oh, and there one goes over the rails again, over the list. Bande Nere with a +1 advantage. Second one is in trouble. He goes down as well. Bande Nere now tanking 2 more fighters. All the Bande Nere, no, one Bande Nere member is also fallen down, plus Ultra. And the marshals call it again. It looks like 3 members of Plus Ultra still on their feet versus, was it 2 or 3? I didn't see if that last guy stood up very quickly or if he was still on his feet. Versus 6. But that means still doesn't change the result. Bande Nere taking the second round as well, meaning the first match goes to Bande Nere 2-0. Oh, here we can see on the replay, Bande Nere, strong halberdier, protecting his teammate and putting that fighter from Plus Ultra on the defensive. What an excellent start. Lots of energy, lots of activity, lots of running around. Next is going to be our first match from the Group B. And we have Le Comtois versus Le Vassaux de Provence. For our French speakers, I apologize. I suffer from the basic English sin of not being able to pronounce French names in their proper French pronunciation. But I will do my best as we now wait for our second match to start with 2 French teams facing off against each other. Like I said, it's Le Comtois and Le Vassaux de Provence. There we see our first team walking out. That's the first halberd I've seen. We see quite a couple of targe, which is the punching shields. I saw at least one. There we see one buckler, one-handed axes, quite a couple of falchions. I see only one halberd though. There's another one in the background, so we see them having 2 halberdiers, it looks like, and most of their team consisting of targe and falchion fighters. There we already have our second team in the list. I don't see a single halberd on that side. The team we're looking at the moment is, of course, Le Vassaux de Provence in the red and blue tabards with the white cross on the red half. And their opponents for this match in the blue tabards with the French laurel is, of course, Le Comtois. And as we can see, Le Vassaux de Provence didn't come alone. They brought some of their fans along with them, some of their supporters. Always makes it easier. So looking at both teams, it seems like both sides, I see one halberd from the left, one halberd from the right. Lots of targes on both sides, one-handed axes. This should be a good one. We have Comtois being more aggressive, taking more of the list faster. Their halberdier, the more active of the 2 so far. De Provence, we just saw one of their fighters walk back to the back of their side on the list to get a secondary weapon. So if you lose your weapon during... There we go, first very clean drop there. We have a runner that's gone in from behind for De Provence, trying to stop the Le Comtois fighter from getting his new weapon. You are not allowed to fight without a weapon in your hands. You don't have to use the weapon. You're allowed to use your hands and feet, but you are not allowed to participate aggressively in the match if you don't have a weapon in your hand. So if you drop your weapon or your weapon break, that happens as well. We have another one down from De Provence, Le Vassaux de Provence. Another one. Le Contrat definitely having the edge now as they're grouping together, as the marshals call it. The marshals call it. Or are they calling it? Yes, they have called it. That is it. Round one goes to Le Contrat, the right side of our screens. But also, very good fight. Here we see that it's not all just fighting with the weapons. There is a lot of wrestling involved, very effective. The first fighter we saw going down in this round was a beautiful wrestling technique. A clean sweep, dropped off his feet, 3 points of contact, and he's out. As we get ready for round two of our second match of the day, on the left-hand side of the screen, we have Le Vassaux de Provence. On the right-hand side, Le Contrat, both French teams, as our marshals are discussing the nuances to make sure everything stays safe and fair for all our competitors. As I said at the beginning of our translation, of our broadcast, for those of you who are new, the sport is called HMB. It means Historical Medieval Battle. And as you can see, the support elements of the team, that's to say the people standing behind the lists who are, for example, helping with additional weapons or fixing elements of armor that might break or come loose during the round. As you can see, they are also dressed in either team tabards or historical costumes. As you can see, our organizing members, the photographers, the videographers, also in historical garb. That is where the historical part of Historical Medieval Battle comes from. It is, of course, in the armor and the sports weaponry that they use. Marshals seem to have come to agreement. They have discussed and finalized whatever they have. We have marshals checking the fighters that have now joined in. As I said, between rounds, teams are allowed to make substitutions. As you can imagine, fighting can take quite a lot out of you physically if you are doing the beating or if you are getting beaten. So all the teams arrive with more fighters, and in between rounds you are allowed to make substitutions. As we're ready for round two, round one having gone to the blue and yellow on the left side of our screens. Le Contrat 6-0 was the score for round one. So that's pretty clean victory, having lost only one of their fighters in the round. And as we start, we see Le Comtois very aggressive again. Not as much. We meet pretty much halfway, though as we can see, the far flank is pushing quite through. And in the middle, let's see what's happening there. Has someone gone down? Ooh, and the lines on both sides have broken. Now we have little individual fights happening everywhere. Here we have two fighters go down together, one on both sides, on the right-hand side of our screen. Lots of one-on-one fights happening all over the list. One member of Le Vassaux de Provence in trouble on the in the left far corner. We can see one in trouble here on the right bottom corner, and he goes down. The far side of the list, we have a big bundle now. We have two members of Le Comtois versus 3 members from Le Vassaux de Provence. And we have a definite advantage again for Le Comtois, with the fighter we're seeing now being 3 against 1, 4 against 1, as the marshals call it. And if I am calling it correctly. It is going to be 6-0 again. We had one member of Le Comtois who went down with his opponent. And I didn't see anyone else go down. Here we can see in the replay, the Halberdiers working quite actively. Lots of movement, not a lot of static fighting. Moving around quite a lot. It makes it a lot harder because obviously, as we can see here, being attacked from behind has the elements of surprise, the elements of shock. Obviously, when you see an opponent coming at you and you see the hits coming, mentally you can prepare for them, which makes it a little bit easier. But when it's fights like these, matches like these, where there's constant movement, people constantly coming in from behind and from the sides, it does make it a lot harder to anticipate, and attacks of opportunity become a lot more effective. As those two teams leave the list, we have Le Comtois winning that match 6-0, 6-0. Let's say 2 rounds to 0. Our next third fight, two teams from Group A again. We have Martel and Carcassonne. Again, two French teams. As I said, we have quite a lot of French teams who are going to fight against each other and against our other teams, obviously, as well. But as there are 7 teams from France, 2 from Italy, 1 from Spain, the French will be fighting against each other more often than not today. Martel and Carcassonne entering the lists. The marshals checking that everyone has fully prepared. Martel, of course, being one of the oldest and most respected Buhur clubs in France. They started off in Paris and have been participating in historical medieval battle in one form or another for decades. They've got a lot of experience, discipline. They obviously know each other quite well. So as a team, we should see some good team cohesion. Carcassonne, of course, having taken their name from the legendary fortified city of Carcassonne. As we get started, Martel on the right, Carcassonne on the left. Carcassonne being the black tabards, Martel the blue, with the warhammer on their backs. Lots of active fighting. Again, lots of movements. And Martel, one Carcassonne goes down in the center. Another Carcassonne goes down on the left-hand side of the list. In 3 individual, another Carcassonne going down on the far side. Martel having a definite advantage in terms of numbers. And I think that's going to be, the marshals have called it. Marshals have called it. One member of Carcassonne not getting the message just quite yet. But it all stops. And a little peaceful there. Excuse me for continuing. It does happen. Obviously, in the helmets, everything is a lot louder, a lot crazier. You don't always see everything that happens all around you, so messages sometimes get missed, but everyone understands. No one takes it personally. Here we can see from the other side of the list now, a halberdier from Carcassonne, hitting with quite a bit of strength there. As you can see here, punches are a great way as well. You don't have to use just your weapons. You can punch with your fists. You can kick with your legs. Wrestling, as we have seen, is also very effective, using your mass and techniques from other sports like wrestling, judo, to supplement and help. Like we said, you can also see, it's full medieval combat. That is to say, the only things you are not allowed to do is attack the feet, the back of the knees, which are obviously cannot be protected by armor and safety equipment. So to make sure that nobody gets traumatized, gets injured, You're not allowed to attack the feet, the back of the knees, the groin area, obviously, as well, and the base of the skull. So that's to say the bottom lip of the helmet, to give you like a general rule. So those are the main areas where you're not allowed to attack, to keep injuries down, as we get ready for round 2. Martel taking round 1 6-0. Marshall's calling it early, and there we go. As the teams both fairly casually making their way to the middle of the list and then clashing. You have one member of Carcassonne on the far side of the list, creating a bit of a space for his guys to maybe take down that big fighter from Martel. So far, they haven't been able to get anything done with it. On the near side of the list, we also see Carcassonne and Martel. Here, the Carcassonne member is in a little bit of trouble. He has now been grabbed around the head. He has lost his center of gravity. He's being bent down forward. That's not a great position. On the far side, member of Carcassonne has gone down. And we have, over the lists again. Martel throwing that member from Carcassonne down. We have some wrestling. We now, again, have broken down into more localized fights, though already Martel has a very big 7-4. There, another member of Carcassonne over the lists. They are down 3-7 in Martel's favor. Marshals have called it. They're checking to make sure that there's no injury. Is that the round though, or have they called the round, or have they simply paused? Well, 2-7. It should be. Ooh, look at that helmet. That helmet has definitely seen some better days. So if anyone was thinking whether or not this is acting or, LARPing or role-playing, look at that helmet and just be sure that nobody holds back. Everybody hits as hard as they can because the armor protects quite well. So most of these hits don't really make you want to sit down just like that. You need to work for it, which is also why we see a lot of wrestling being used, a lot of head grabs, because obviously if you can get your opponent off balance, a little bit of force, a little bit of energy in the right direction, and he will just fall over. Whereas trying to get someone off balance and on the ground, and there it is, we have called it. So it is 2-0 for Martel, 6-0, 6-0. And that is the end of our third round of the group stage, our third match. Here we again see Martel, of course, in the blue, Carcassonne in the black. As the Martel halberdier, there we can see. Bend your head backwards, opens up your back. Carcassonne here in the foreground, working on that Martel fighter's hand, and in the background his friend from Carcassonne goes down. Here we can see that helmet. Oh, that's what happened. So someone lost a glove, and that's obviously dangerous because taking a hit to your naked hand can cause injury. So that's also one of the main reasons to have so many marshals, is not just to make sure that everyone is following the rules, but also to make sure that it is safe for all participants all the time. As we get ready for fight number 4, Pardus Bellator, La Confrérie de Loup. Again, sorry for my French. La Confrérie de Loup, French team, versus Pardus Bellator, another French team. So the blue and white, La Confrérie de Loup, and Pardus Bellator, the predominantly blue tabards. You can see on their screens that Pardus Bellator has less fighters that they can substitute. Let's hope that that's not going to be a problem for them, as there are quite a lot of fights. You don't just fight once. In your group, you fight against everyone, which means that every team is fighting a minimum of 4 matches today, as we are looking now at La Confrérie de Loup with the white and blue tabards. And their opponents for this match on the far side, Pardus Bellator, another French team based near Bordeaux. Lots of new fighters. They're also quite an old, experienced French team that have been fighting for a long time. Though from the look at it, they have quite a big number of newer fighters, less experienced fighters. As we get started, round one, La Confrérie de Loup on the left, Pardus Bellator on the right. Less energy than we've seen in some of the, to the start at least, than we've seen in our previous matches. And there we get going. Halberdiers, oh, and there we go. La Confrérie de Loup taking the opportunity, going right through the middle with quite a couple of their fighters. And Pardus Bellator having to also break down. Oh, and there it goes. Pardus Bellator losing 1, 2 fighters. Now at a numbers disadvantage as we go to little localized fighting there. Pardus Bellator losing 1 and 2, also in quick succession. As it's called, a La Confrérie de Loup wins it with 7-3. Pardus Bellator holding a good line in the beginning. La Confrérie de Loup with a great push through the middle, creating some room for them, as you can see, and that creates opportunities for those So if you are watching while we get ready for our next fight to start, please take the moment to subscribe to our channel on YouTube, because this is not the one and only tournament. Magna Carta project already. If you don't follow them on Instagram either, check them out on Instagram. It's Magna Carta, one word, .project on Instagram. And there you will find that every month for the entire year of 2026, they already have events and tournaments planned. So follow on Instagram for more information, and subscribe to YouTube to make sure that you get updates and notifications in terms of streams for other tournaments and events. We really appreciate it. It helps us grow, and it keeps you in the loop as we get started. La Confrérie de Loup, Pardus Bellator, second round. La Confrérie, of course, winning round number 1. A little bit of a push again in the middle. One member of La Confrérie de Loup making it through. He is on his own, though, 2 against 1. Pardus Bellator in the closer to our side, losing 1 fighter, losing a second. Did that La Confrérie de Loup? No, he did not make contact. He gets to stay on his feet as we divide into separated, almost one-on-one fights now, with Pardus Bellator suffering 1 there. La Confrérie de Loup going down. Pardus Bellator, another fighter going down. In localized fights again there. Whoa! Throwing a fighter just out of the list like a piece of paper, as the marshals stop that round. Runs 6-3. And it is round 2 going to La Confrérie de Loup. Very good tactics by La Confrérie de Loup, specifically in the first round, where they made a big team push right through the middle, creating a lot of space for themselves for attacks of opportunity, running up and with a big push, bumping into your opponent, sending them flying. They used that quite effectively in round 1. Round 2, they didn't get it quite as effectively, with only 1 fighter making it through the middle. But it did create enough of a pocket for them to split off, where La Confrérie also seemed to have a bit of dominance. It might be a question of experience, like I said. Pardus Bellator, a old and experienced team, but they have a lot of new fighters at the moment. As we get ready for match number 5, we're back to Group A. We're looking at HMB Academies versus Plus Ultra. Plus Ultra, their second fight for the day. Plus Ultra, of course, being El Tercio Viego Plus Ultra from Spain. The best fighters from different Spanish teams coming together into one team against HMB Academies, which works on the same principle. HMB Academy are essentially a group of gyms where fighters can train, and there is not just one, but there are already quite a couple all over Europe. And HMB Academies is a team that brings these young fighters together into a single team. So if they maybe haven't joined a club yet, and they're not in a specific club's colors yet, they all fight together in one team. At the moment, they're called HMB Academies. So these guys they're also predominantly France. They are registered as a French team, but they are from all over Europe. Don't have to be French to be a member of the team. As we're getting ready, HMB Academies, of course, in the black on the right side of our screen. And El Terzo Viego Plus Ultra, or just Plus Ultra, being the white with red crosses on the left-hand side. We can see the marshals checking them now just to make sure that all the straps are tight. No holes in the armor. Everybody is safe. Everybody is ready to get started. As we go into match number 5. Going back just to Instagram, a lot of information is shared on Instagram and by the teams and by the organizers. So again, I'd like to remind you to go and check out Magna Carta, one word, .project on Instagram. There you can find links to all the teams as well, as we see the Spanish salute their opponents and we get ready for round 1. So on Instagram, you will find all the updates of this tournament and others. 2 teams meeting roughly in the middle again. HMB Academy is a little bit more aggressive with the halberds on the far side. The closer flank on our side, not. There we go. And we see Plus Ultra more aggressive in terms of the push. HMB, oh, and there we go. Plus Ultra maybe taking down the first fighter with a push through the middle. He is now on his own, but he is one-on-one. Plus Ultra, one fighter on the close side of the list, losing his weapon, having to run back. We have HMB Academies standing their ground quite well, but they are outnumbered. Now even more. Plus Ultra having quite a couple of free fighters. Now one holding, one fighting. Ooh, Plus Ultra, one going over the list. HMB Academy is almost taking himself as well, losing his weapon. He has to run back. Ooh, he is caught before he can grab a weapon. He is caught by the halberdier from Plus Ultra, who is definitely doing his job well, because the fighter from HMB Academies is distracted. It can't get a weapon. On the left side, we see 2 Plus Ultra members working on 1 member from HMB Academies. HMB Academies seem at the moment to be at a disadvantage as one or more of them goes over the list on the far side. We now have, generally speaking, 3-on-1 on the left side, 2 versus 2 on the right. Seems like the marshals have called it. No, we continue. The advantage is not big enough to stop. We continue. And that should be enough. Yeah. Yep, and there we go. 6-2. Plus Ultra takes this round with a lot of good, strong aggression. Saw that halberdier working on that member of HMB Academies who got distracted and lost time trying to get a new weapon because he was defending himself from that aggressive halberdier from Plus Ultra. Excellent work. Here we can see this is the moment where that specific guy, as I said, lost his weapon, after which he had to go and get a new one. A lot of people going over the list. So as you can see, the list, that is to say the barrier at the edge of the fighting, is around hip height for most of the fighters. So as we've seen, a lot of fighters going over the lists. Get ready for round 2. Plus Ultra in the white and red. Talking tactics. Making changes. They seem ready to go. HMB Academies on the far side, also ready to go. Also having made some changes. The additional line marshals, we see some of them leaving the list, which means we're getting ready. Final instructions from the marshals. This also happened, so also to keep things safe and, as you can see now, to keep things safe and fair, the marshals in between rounds can also come up to teams and give them light commentary. So everything you're doing is within the rules, but guys, let's keep it safe by adapting this way and that way. Again, just a way to keep everything safe and disciplined for everyone. So nothing wrong. Everybody's happy. Just need to make sure that it stays that way. As we see the Spaniards from Plus Ultra ready to continue, saluting their opponents. 1 halberdier from the looks of it. You can see him here. No, 2, sorry. And they are both standing next to each other. HMB Academies don't seem to have any halberdiers this round against 3. As long as they keep the line, that could be in there. That could be a minus for them, but HMB Academies making a great push through the back. Very good mobile fighter here on the left side of the screen. Another one coming through. We have 2 one-on-ones on the left side of the screen. HMB Academies taking the initiative there. Another loose mobile HMB Academies. Guys, these guys are quite nimble, quite mobile, moving around a lot. In the first round, we saw them when they got tied up one-on-one, that not working in their favor. So 2 fighters go down together. So Plus Ultra pulling down that HMB Academies fighter, but he, of course, was holding onto his opponent quite tightly, and they went down together. So -1 on both sides. And now we have individual, there we go, another HMB Academies fighter being dropped on the far side. HMB Academies seem to, on the one-on-one, not be doing as well as Plus Ultra. Plus Ultra now having a small advantage, but an advantage still in terms of numbers. HMB Academies here trying to help his friends, his teammates in the corner by trying to keep some of the other Plus Ultra fighters busy. In this right corner, we have a one-on-one. On the far corner, it looks like 4 against 3. So HMB Academies also not having a lot of space to do the movement we've seen them do in this round that was very effective. And Plus Ultra using their numerical advantage. As we on the far side. Is that fighter not down yet? No, he's holding on. And there he goes. There he goes. So now we are down, it looks like 3-5. Plus Ultra with an obvious advantage now. HMB Academy is losing their mobility. And now it is a question of one going over the list again. 2-5. These guys have to try and get... that's a heavy hit. That's a heavy hit. He didn't go out of the list, though. He's still standing, but it's 3 against 1, as we can now see Plus Ultra, 2 of their fighters holding him, 1 from behind and 1 from the front. And their Plus Ultra Halberdier standing with who can swing his halberd with absolute freedom, choosing where he wants to hit. As they take down another fighter, and Plus Ultra takes round 2 as well with 5-0. Very good, very strong showing. And here we can see 2 very different approaches with HMB Academies, very effective while they're mobile. And as soon as they get bogged down, Plus Ultra showing their experience and strength, where with a small advantage, they can make quite a big difference. Here we see exactly that mobility that I was talking about from HMB Academies, using that mobility to create opportunities, or spotting small opportunities and taking advantage of them. And here, on the other hand, we can see the effectiveness of the experience and strength from Plus Ultra, knowing how to react in those moments. So, quite a good match. Really enjoyed that one. That was, of course, our 4th match of the day. Still have lots of fighting to go, so hopefully we'll see a lot more of that. Going on to match number 6, Group B. La Colonna coming out for the first time. They are the 2nd Italian team, and they will be facing off against. Give me a second, let me find that. They will be facing off against Le Comtois. Le Comtois we've already seen. They were in the 2nd fight against Le Vassaux de Provence. They won that fight, so they're 1-for-1 so far, as they come out against the fresh La Colonna. That is La Colonna we're seeing now. An Italian team. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, coming out for the first time. They are a combination, as we can see with the 2 different tabards, they're a combination of 2 clubs, Italian clubs, who joined together to make one team, La Colonna. They are fighters from Basilisk and Italian Bastards, who joined together. And we are seeing now the French team, Le Comtois, making their 2nd appearance of the day. They're, of course, the blue tabards with the yellow blocks and the lion. And here we see the Italian side of La Colonna already in the lists. Marshall's checking them out. There we can see the full teams, both of these sides arriving with full sets of fighters. Excellent. Excellent. Le Comtois, their captain, Louis Lamy, number 1. And La Colonna and their captain, Matteo Visconti, number 50. French team is ready to go. We see, seems like 1 halberd, 2 two-handed axes for the French side. For the Italians, I can see 2 halberds from the look of it, or 2 halberds, 1 two-handed axe. So let's see how these guys have. We've seen the French team of Le Comtois today already. They did very well, in their first fight. Let's see how they do against the Italians. The Italians holding back in the middle. Their halberdiers, I'm guessing, are looking for targets, so they're not approaching too close to make sure that they can't get tied up, which is a good move. On the other hand, it means that their flanks, especially on the far side, are suffering a little bit with that. Oh, French fighter coming through the middle. Immediate take on 2, coming back. The attack of opportunity from behind. The Italians holding back at this point. That could be dangerous for their friend, who's now 2-on-1ing it on the left-hand side of our screens. The Italians on the close side of the list holding on quite well. The far side, we now see a little bunching. The Italian fighter is in danger of going over the list. No, he's back in. He is resisting. We see 2 versus 3 for La Colonna, 2 in that left corner, and Le Comtois, 3 of their fighters. This closer to our side here. The flanks haven't broken yet. They also haven't tied each other up yet, so we have quite a lot of free fighters. La Colonna, some of them running over to the behind, see if they can help out their teammates in that corner. Got movement Ooh, that seemed like that was a heavy hit. That got that member of La Colonna. He goes down. First fighter of the round down. Almost a minute and a half into round one. We have our first fighter down. Lots of movement again now. We saw them starting quite static. Now a lot more activity. 2-on-1. La Comtois taking on La Colonna in the middle of the list. Whoa. La Colonna using his teammate to try and drop that member from Le Comtois. Doesn't work out. Now we have two corners quite active. Someone goes down. It is La Colonna. Another fighter from La Colonna goes down. Also from a hit. Seems like this halberdier from Le Comtois. Apologies. Hits with quite a bit of force. Took down two fighters with hits, which is not something we see as often anymore. So well done. You can see the replay. This looks like it was that far corner where we had the two members of La Colonna who made their run in. Here we see some of that mobility in the center. Quite a bit of aggression. We saw this round start quite slowly, quite reserved, quite conservative, and then like little bits of initiative that led to what ended up being quite an aggressive round, going to the French team of Le Comtois. Here we see La Colonna talking tactics, making changes, fighters coming in, fighters going out. Le Comtois seem to have already made their changes. Their fighters seem to already be waiting for round number 2. Again, reminding you to subscribe, so make sure that you get notifications for future streams and events. Also, go to Instagram, support your favorite team. And if you're not subscribed to your favorite team yet, go to Magna Carta, that's one word, magnacarta.project on Instagram. Definitely subscribe and follow that channel, because there you'll get some pretty cool updates about events, and not just events, a lot of other interesting historical, medieval things as well. And you will find links to your favorite teams participating in Magna Carta Monaco today as we're off to round 2. Similar kind of start. La Colonna, bit more aggressive, not holding back fighters in the center this time. Their halberdiers are a little bit more aggressive, just a little, not seeing a lot of aggression. They are giving up ground though. Le Comtois pushing back on this close side. There we see the first break through the line from Le Comtois. Coming in behind. Ooh, first person down from La Colonna. Second one here. Ooh, he was in trouble, but he managed to get back up. Two fighters down on the far left side from La Colonna, meaning Le Comtois having the numerical advantage. That far corner, we see them working that Italian fighter quite hard. Another La Colonna going down close to our side of the lists. La Colonna now taking lots of hits from axes and swords, and the marshals call it. Far corner, they wrestled that La Colonna fighter down to the ground as well. With a 7-2 advantage, they call the fight. The marshals call the fight in favor of Le Comtois, meaning they win their second fight of the day, 2-0 to rounds. They are off to a very good start. Seems like they're definitely one of the teams from Group B to keep an eye on. Of course, they're also the only team so far to come out for their second time other than Plus Ultra. Plus Ultra all winning their second fight, losing their first. Of course, they're from Group A. So a little early to start seeing patterns yet, but Le Comtois off to a very good start, winning 2 of their two fights as we get ready for fight number 7. Here we're watching the instant replay. Yeah, getting ready for fight number 7. We see Bande Nere coming out for their second time, as well as Martel coming out for their second time. Bande Nere, of course, opening up the tournament for us against Plus Ultra in the first match. They won that match. Martel went up against Carcassonne in the third match, coming out for their second time. They also won their first match. So we now have two teams coming out for their second performance, both having won their respective first matches. So this should be quite a good one. Bande Nere, of course, showing lots of good tactics, great aggression, very powerful fighters. Martel, no less powerful, good tactics as well. They dominated Carcassonne, winning their round 6-0, 6-0 as well. Bande Nere winning their first round, their first match 7-0, 6-0. So looking at the results, these are two pretty good for each other opponents. Hopefully we can see some exceptional fighting, as we see now Martel getting checked by the marshals. That big fighter here on the closest to our side of the list was quite effective in Martel's fight against Carcassonne. Try to see if we can check out his number to put a name to the big frame. As we see the marshals check Martel for their readiness. Can't see his number. As it turns out, he is number 25. Let's have a look. This big fridge fighter closest to us now. For Team Martel. Jeremy Ivar. As we get started, Bande Nere more aggressive, taking more ground faster, but also leaving three fighters in the back. All three halberdiers. Seems like, yeah, they were looking for targets. So as soon as they kind of got a look, coming in, very effective on the far side. Halberdier dropping beating an opponent's weapons out of his hand, making him take his falchion from his belt. So they are now down. Martel is down one halberdier, but he took his falchion out, so they haven't lost the fighter yet. Here on the close side, we see Martel doing some good teamwork. We have our first runner trying to break through the lines. He has gone through, but he is in trouble. Martel loses their first fighter. Bande Nere very effectively controlling that runner coming through. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that is actually team captain for Bande Nere, Nikita Vastargin, that took down that fighter. As we see Martel, they're taking down a member of Bande Nere, but one of their own going down as well. Bande Nere having the numerical advantage of one fighter at the moment. Very good, very aggressive fight. No obvious advantage at the moment. Oh no, my mistake. Sorry, the member of Bande Nere did not take an opponent with him. We are 6-6, so no advantage at the moment. We have little individual fights. One member of Bande Nere in very big trouble on the far side, having pushed him over the bodies of the fighters already on the ground, using them as a kind of hurdle. And the marshals tell him that you are out, you have made contact. So Bande Nere now being -1 fighter. We now have 6-5 in favor of Martel. Two little individual fights on our side of the list closest to us. Marshals calling a break. So if they feel like a wrestling encounter is too passive, they start counting. And after 5 to 7 seconds, they can call a break, which means both fighters have to let go, take a step back, and then the fight continues. The combat gets reinitiated to make sure things don't get too passive. As that member of Bande Nere breaks free, moves back. Let's see if he's going to try and get an attack of opportunity on Martel from behind. Ooh, that big number 25 from Martel. charging into that member of Bande Nere. Lots of individual fights now. Martel having lost another fighter. I didn't see where or how that happened. And according to the scorecard, we're now 5-5. So no advantage anymore. Again, all the down fighters seem to be in that one little section of the list where we saw Martel use the bodies on the ground as a hurdle, pushing the member of Bande Nere over them, him not able to find his footing and then falling down. Very aggressive wrestling match to try and pull each other over the list going on as that halberdier from Bande Nere comes in to try and help his teammate. On this closest corner, we also see another member of Bande Nere in an uncomfortable position. That member of Martel now coming closer and he lets him go. One member of Martel in trouble now. Teammate coming to help him. We are still one-on-one. Member of... Oh, what an excellent hit with the leg. I think that is specifically that big man from Martel, number 25 that we were talking about at the beginning of this round. Jeremy Ivar creating a advantage for his team, having already lost that advantage as well. He went down himself. Now 4-3 in favor of Bande Nere. You can see we have 50 seconds, little over 50 seconds left of this round. It has been a tough round, and you can see it. There's less activity, less aggression. Well, maybe not less aggression, but less energy, less activity. You can definitely imagine guys are getting tired towards the end of this long round. Member of Martel trying to pull that fighter from Bande Nere again into that dangerous zone of outed fighters on the ground, creating a hurdle, making it very hard to cross there. Ooh! Martel activating, using the opportunity, and very nearly taking that member of Bande Nere over the list. What a move, but he's got his leg caught, and he is now being pushed over. He's not going to make it out of that position, and contact. That is it. Another member of Martel going down, and the marshals call it. That was an exceptional round. Lots of very explosive movements. That last one we just saw from Martel. Excellent use of initiative. Not ending in his favor, unfortunately for him, but what a great fight. Lots of aggression, lots of great tactics. We saw Bande Nere hold back some of their halberdiers in the beginning. They were obviously looking for targets. Once they found them, very effectively de-weaponizing their opponents. As you can see there on screen, on the far side, on the middle of the list there, we see that halberdier, that halberd lying on the ground. It was especially when Bande Nere found that target, walked in one hit, and his opponent loses his weapon, having to take his spear off his belt. Here we can see exactly what we're talking about, those one-on-ones. We have number 11 for Martel trying to push. Ooh, that was that excellent attack from the member of Martel, kicking his opponent right in the hip, losing his balance and going out. Attack of opportunity, excellent hit. But it wasn't enough, and round one goes to Bande Nere. What an excellent fight. Almost going the full 5 minutes, as we now see both teams having already made their changes to their teams. Bande Nere with fresh fighters in the ring. We see them warming up. Martel also ready, also some fresh fighters warming up. See at least 3 halberds on their side for this round. The halberds are quite effective. Why I keep counting halberds, if it might be interesting for anyone, is that when it's line work, in that initial meeting of the two teams, halberds have, because of their reach, they have a very good chance of creating an opening. We see teams meeting in the middle, no one with specifically aggressive tactics. See Bande Nere with their halberdiers holding back a little bit again, but we saw them do this in round one as well, where they're obviously looking for targets. They're not just walking in, throwing halberds everywhere. They're holding quite well, as we see the halberdier on the far side of the list defending himself and his teammate quite effectively. Less aggression in terms of attacking, but very good defense. We see Bande Nere looking for an opening in the middle, starting to push a little bit. Martel giving a little bit of ground. None of the lines have broken yet. Both flanks are holding. Ooh, this Martel fighter closer to our side of the list, taking quite a bit of hits from those halberdiers, with his teammate propping him up, defending him with the shield. One member of Martel, two members of Martel now. Oh, and there we go. The lines have been broken. And one member of Martel goes down. Two are down. One went over the list. The other one got taken down closer to our side of the list by a member of Bande Nere. Now his teammate's in trouble, 3-1. And he goes down as well. Martel in trouble now, with Bande Nere having a numerical advantage. Left far side corner, another member of Martel goes down. And the marshals call it. What an explosive round. Both teams holding very well, not giving openings, not giving an opponent a chance. And then we saw those first two members of Martel break the line, trying to get in behind Bande Nere. Bande Nere taking that opportunity as well and realizing their move just a little bit faster than Martel could. And in a very effective 6-0 win for Bande Nere. Bande Nere takes their second match. They now have won both of the two matches they have fought so far, with an excellent showing from Martel. I'm very excited to see how Martel is going to fare in their next fight as well. We've now seen them win one and lose one. And Bande Nere is obviously going to be a team to watch today, as they have aggression, they have tactics, they have patience, they have the power, they have the individual skill, they work well as a team. Martel no worse though, also holding Bande Nere back really well in the start of that second round. The first round was an excellent round of HMB fighting. As we get ready for our next fight, our next match, it's match number 8. The teams from Group B come back to us for another round. Both of these teams we've also seen before today. We have Les Vassaux de Provence, French team, Pardus Bellator, another French team. They will be taking on each other in this one. Oh, what an excellent hit, taking that fighter from Martel over the. We were just watching there the highlights from round 2. Bande Nere, very explosive release, finishing that match quite quickly. Here these two teams are already ready. Pardus Bellator with the blue tabards with the red diagonal line. Les Vassaux de Provence on the right side of our screens, the blue and red tabards, the red with the white cross. So for us, they might be a little bit harder to spot the difference, as both teams have their blue sides to us. On the left, we have Pardus Bellator with the red diagonal line. And now we're, of course, looking at Les Vassaux de Provence. Les Vassaux de Provence. As these two teams also make their second appearance. Start of round 1. Quite casually meeting each other in the middle. Les Vassaux de Provence, so far the more aggressive team. Oh, there we go. One runner through from Les Vassaux de Provence. He is, however, met and held back by one of Pardus Bellator. He has a teammate come through. Oh, what a great move. He also loses his glove, though. There we have both those fighters going down. Marshall's putting down that guy. We're having some confusion there. And Pardus Bellator seem to have already lost 3 fighters. Les Vassaux de Provence having lost 1 fighter so far. They have the advantage. Not sure. Oh, that fighter was already down. He got up. And the marshals call it 6-0 for Les Vassaux de Provence. The team on the right-hand side of our screen. They take round 1, 6-0. There first. Here we see the playback. This is two members of the. Yeah, there we see excellent teamwork. You know, can't always be everywhere, but it takes a lot of teamwork. It takes teamwork to make the dream work, as they say. And Les Vassaux de Provence showed us that on this side, this round, doing very well. Les Vassaux de Provence having, this is their second fight. The first fight they had against Les Comtois, they lost that one. So they have something to prove. We start round two, lot of aggression right off the bat. Everybody coming out swinging. Les Vassaux de Provence holding some of their fighters back. They seem to probably are looking for that hold down the middle again that they used in round one. Not really needing it this time. They're just pushing through Pardus Bellator. We now have lots of individual little meetings of fighters. No obvious advantage anywhere so far. Les Vassaux de Provence taking down the first fighter on the far hand side. Lots of movement. Near the list, we have a big grouping of there. Pardus Bellator in the center, now trying to stay on his feet. Oh, they go down together. Pardus Bellator fighters quite nimble in the wrestling. These guys have been grabbed quite a couple of times and they get out fairly quickly, fairly easily. That's a great skills. We now see again two sets. We're now focusing on the more active. Here we have three fighters versus. Oof. That fighter just goes down. Not a lot of aggression. Seems to already maybe be a little bit tired. Fighter from Pardus Bellator. And now we have 5 versus 3. The marshals haven't called it. There seems to be some confusion amongst the fighters as well. I don't think they're sure if it's been called or not. It has been called. Okay. It has been called. So it has been called in favor of Les Vassaux de Provence, winning this match 2-0. Pardus Bellator, unfortunately for them, losing their second match of the day. Les Vassaux de Provence making a comeback. They have now won one of the 2 matches they've been in. So they're 1 for 2. As we get ready for our next match, it is Carcassonne versus HMB Academies. Both these teams also making their second appearances for the day. Carcassonne, as I said, obviously hailing from the legendary fortified city of Carcassonne in France. Here we see those individual fights from the last round. We see Pardus Bellator very aggressively working, trying to help, just not having the force, not having the opportunity to realize some of the opportunities that they had. But, you know, lots of aggression. Here we see the next 2 teams already in the list getting checked by the marshals. It is, of course, Carcassonne and HMB Academies. This is going to be a tougher one to call because both these teams have very similar tab arts. Carcassonne, of course, having some blue in their tab arts. They are on the right side of our screen, with HMB Academies being the team on the left-hand side of our screen. Both of these teams predominantly French. HMB Academies being a combined team from fighters from different gyms, different training teams who combine into HMB Academies as a team. But predominantly they're also French, and Carcassonne, hailing from the city of Carcassonne. As we get started on round one, HMB Academy is a little hesitant, holding back just shy of halfway. Carcassonne taking the opportunity to close the distance. HMB Academy is pushing, making quite a push on the left, the far-hand side. Carcassonne coming through on the close-hand side, and the lines are broken. It is a free-for-all. Halberds are flying. We see one member of HMB Academies go down. You see a broken halberd already. This is quite an aggressive match so far, but lots of free-for-alls. We see 2-on-1 on the far side of the list. That fighter is staying. There's a call for marshals for them to break. Well, it was just a break. Both fighters are kept on their feet. As we already see two fighters down. Fortunately, I'm not sure what teams they're from because 4 fighters down in total. Ooh! Tripped himself right in the middle of the list and goes down without any help from anybody else. That is unfortunate. However, it does happen, and bad luck or good luck does play a role. So bad luck for you this round, my friend, as we're now centered around this left-hand closest corner. Lots of wrestling. See mostly one-on-one fights. We have one fighter that's 2-on-1 at the moment. Lots of wrestling, lots of head grabbing, trying to pull your opponent off balance so that you can then, with a little bit of a push, just take him down. So we see halberdiers working very effectively, getting lots of results, lots of reactions from halberdier strikes today, which is a good thing to see. There we have a fighter go down. And the action stays in this corner. All the fighters still on their feet are on this one side. There is definitely an advantage. If I'm correct, it's Carcassonne who has the advantage at the moment. To be honest, I'm also a little bit confused with the tabards, with the who's who, especially when the lines broke and everybody started running in every direction. But I think Carcassonne is the team with the advantage at the moment in terms of numbers. As we start going to power, and we see power playing a role, physical, individual strength, of course, being a great skill to have, especially in these wrestling maneuvers where if you don't have the skill, sometimes having the force can still get you to the desired effect. We're now splitting up a little bit. We now have 2 against 4. With both of the fighters from HMB Academies facing 2 opponents each. Now, I believe it is 1-on-4. The marshals are letting it go. No, there they stop it. And Matt, this round ends in favor of Carcassonne 4-0. What a match. So HMB Academy is holding back at the beginning, a little bit of hesitance from them. Carcassonne taking the opportunity to close the distance. Their halberdiers work quite well. Well, both halberdiers on both sides work quite well. Has the match been stopped? We're definitely at a pause. No, it has been called. Yes, it has been called. 4-0 for Carcassonne, taking round 1. We're going on to round 2. Carcassonne showing a lot of physical individual strength, especially towards the end. A lot of just one-on-one pure wrestling, just using individual strength to pull down. Here we see already those one-on-one little individual fights breaking out. Here we see that it's closer towards the end where those 2 halberdiers were very effectively working. You can see the reaction immediately from both fighters. Exceptional work from the halberdiers. Here's that last HMB Academies fighter going over the list. That cannot be comfortable. And the guys from Carcassonne, not bothered. You are going over the top. And he did. So we now get ready for round number 2. We see both teams making changes. So I can imagine that after that, quite a couple of those fighters have to be quite tired, which is why the teams don't arrive in 7. But they arrive with as many as 12 to 14 team members, so that in between rounds you are allowed to exchange fighters to make sure that you stay as fresh as possible. And to keep it exciting for all of us watching. And it is exciting. We've seen some really good fights so far today. This one being a very good one as well. A lot of control in the beginning. No one risking too much. Carcassonne being the more aggressive in the beginning. And in the end, taking control of the entire field. Getting a numerical advantage. And taking round 1 4-0. As we get ready for round 2. Quick reminder, if you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe to this YouTube channel. So we get, start around 2 halberdiers just popping each other in the head right off the bat. This time HMB Academies showing a bit more aggression. 2 diagonal lines against each other. Carcassonne pushing quite well on the far side. HMB Academies holding in the flank closest to us, and now it is soup. The lines have broken. HMB Academy seeming to have done most of the pushing this time around. We have one HMB Academy guy going down on the far right side. Carcassonne working. We now have 3 bundles of fighting. Someone is again in this right-hand corner closest to us. Someone is in danger of going out the lists again. The little bundle of fighting on the left has ended with 2 fighters on their knees, though the marshals are... No, 1 has been picked up. So there was some confusion. He is not down, member of Carcassonne, but he did lose his weapon, so he has now run back to get a spare. So we see HMB Academy very aggressively working on that. Member of Carcassonne. Carcassonne seeming to have... So it's 1 down for each team, putting us at 6 versus 6. And all the fighting localizes again. We don't see this that often, where the bunches of fighting, individual little groups that inevitably break off, are so focused around one corner. Halberdier, working very aggressively. There's a pair of fighters going down, 1 from each team. Again, Halberdiers aggressively working. See their hits getting reactions immediately. Excellent. That halberdier on the far side from Carcassonne working that HMB Academies fighter. Though this time he's not getting much of a reaction. We're down 5-5. As I said, those 2 fighters went down together. I believe they dropped the HMB Academies fighter and he pulled his opponent down with him. Which is fair, as they say, it's fair in love and war, and this is no different here. Halberdier working on that leg quite aggressively, getting a reaction, and that gives his friend, his teammate, the opportunity to add some pressure, and that member of HMB Academies, who held out for a long time. Very well done for him, but he goes down. It's just too much. The match is not over yet. We see that Halberdier now, he had spent a lot of energy. He is tired. He needs a minute. He's coming back. Let's see if he can continue. Yeah, goes straight back to Halbert working across the list at that poor guy who was over the edge already. HMB Academy's in danger now. Or are they? Seems we're 4-4 with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. It's been called though, so it's not 4-4. I do believe Carcassonne took this round as well. They did have the numerical advantage towards the end. What an excellent match. Saw some great wrestling, some pure strength, excellent work from Halberdiers. Very, very good to see that halberds can still have such an excellent effect. I do believe this match goes to Carcassonne, having won 2 of the rounds back to back. We are yet to see a match go to 3 rounds today. Carcassonne winning round 1 4-0, winning round 2 5-0, making their second appearance today. Their first fight was against Martel, which unfortunately for them they lost, but they are making a comeback, are they? We'll see. They are now 1-2. HMB Academies coming out also for their second time. They are unfortunately for them 0-2. The first fight they had against Plus Ultra, Spanish team, and now against Carcassonne, one of the representatives from France, as we get ready for match number 10. This will take us just over the halfway mark for the group stages, with La Colonna facing off against La Confrérie de Loup. Here we can just see those halberdiers and how effective they are in getting reactions from fighters. Now, the hit from the halberd might not be what takes a fighter down, but if you can see, the hits from the halberds forces the opponent to change position. And if you're in a position like this, where you have a teammate that's already wrestling with that fighter, and you can have a halberdier to force that opponent to change position, it just gives you that extra edge to get him off balance. Seems to be the favorite move of the day, throwing people over the list. There we see another member of HMB Academies going over the list with the help of a halberd. So, like I said, our next fight, fight number 10, taking us up to the halfway mark for our group stages. La Confrérie de Loup starting the fight there on the right-hand side of the screen, and the Italian combined team of La Colonna from the 2 clubs of Basilisk and Italian Bastards. So far, conservative start to the fight, with La Confrérie de Loup making a more aggressive start, a faster start to get to the center. And now here we see the lines shake a little and buckle, and there they go. We now have fighters who are on the behind both lines. We no longer have lines. Now the free-for-all has begun. First, La Colonna takes a knee. He is attack of opportunity, tackling him from behind, him losing his... Ooh, second member of La Colonna going down. Also a hit, losing his balance and falling. We now have a numerical advantage for La Confrérie de Loup. Third fighter down from La Colonna. Great teamwork, 2 against 1. Ooh, no! La Confrérie de Loup, great flying kick, trying to grab that opponent's head and pull him down, not getting his grip and not finding his feet either, taking himself out. Another member of La Colonna going down, and the marshals call it. La Confrérie de Loup takes this round quite confidently. Minute and a half from start to finish. Very conservative start for both sides. La Confrérie de Loup making it to the center quite quickly and then kind of holding their line. They were the first ones to break the line on the far side of the list. La Colonna breaking on the closer side of the list from our perspective. But La Confrérie de Loup, the more aggressive, using their mobility to take down 2 fighters at least. Here we can see halberds again flying. That is that move that I was talking about, using mobility. La Confrérie de Loup using their mobility to attack blind spots. And I mean, some of these guys weigh 110 to start off with, and if you add 30 kilograms of armor on top of that, it's quite a train that can hit you at 130 kilograms. And if that hit takes you off balance, if you don't expect it, it's bye-bye. And we saw La Confrérie de Loup using that very effectively in this first round. Let's see if La Colonna can and will adapt. Both teams, La Colonna seem to still be talking tactics, making some changes. Marshall's checking on their reserves that have come into the list as we get ready for round number 2. On this exceptional day of Magna Carta, Monaco. Medieval fights returning to Monaco. I remember watching Buhurt Prime 2019 and 2020. Excellent tournaments. Glad to see them back in Monaco. Looking forward to seeing them more often as we get ready to start round number 2. Some confusion, seems like La Confrérie de Loup, one of their fighters, changing a weapon. Again, as we've seen in other fights as well, first round might start a little bit more conservative. Second fight, a lot more aggression. We have both teams running in behind opposing lines. The lines of both sides have broken. And we see the Spanish halberdiers very aggressively working. La Confrérie de Loup also working. Ooh, this time they got took down by mobility. We're down 1 from either side. And now we are in those pockets of little individual fights. Very aggressive halberdiers. This very dangerous situation in the middle for La Confrérie de Loup. He goes down. Very well done by La Colonna, taking that fighter down in a one-on-one right in the center. Again, seeing more mobility this round. Lots of one-on-ones. But again, there on the far side, this round we're seeing the Spanish side, the Italian side, La Colonna using more mobility. Ooh, what a move by La Colonna. Stepping out backwards, putting his leg just in front of that La Confrérie de Loup, trying to get a weapon. We've now dropped a couple of more fighters in quick succession. Marshals are calling that for... Oh, I guess that was just a dangerous situation. So they paused it so that they could make sure everybody was safe. And we continue. La Confrérie de Loup working that poor fighter, and he goes down. Again, a combination of wrestling and hits. Very aggressive falchion hits from La Confrérie de Loup on that far side, taking down that last fighter from La Colonna. And it's called 4-0. La Confrérie de Loup. What an excellent fight as well. What an excellent match. La Confrérie de Loup taking this one 2-0. But excellent. Very exciting. Very quick, effective use of opportunities. Lots of effective use and quick and interesting use of mobility on both sides. La Confrérie de Loup used it a lot more effectively in round 1, and we saw La Colonna using it quite effectively in round 2. Here we see those halberd working quite effectively from both sides. Halberdiers going after each other as well. And you can see that they definitely have a reaction there. You see, there we go, that effective use of wrestling techniques as well. And here we see that excellent backwards, putting his foot out behind him. Unfortunately, he put himself off balance with that as well. And shortly after that very impressive move, he went down himself. There again, mobility and that strike being very effective. And here we see this was the last fighter to go down for La Colonna. Again, a very good, very effective teamwork as we now get ready for match number 11. We obviously here see Plus Ultra, the Spanish team, getting ready to go out, and their opponents standing next to them, getting ready to be called out next. Of course, Martel. So we have Plus Ultra versus Martel. Plus Ultra, of course, really being El Tercio Viejo Plus Ultra, Spanish team from multiple clubs. taking their best fighters to combine into a single team that we endearingly know as Plus Ultra, El Tercio Viego Plus Ultra, against Martel, one of the oldest French teams with a very rich history. They've been fighting for a long time. They have won many tournaments as well. As such, they have also have a lot of experience, a lot of discipline. A lot of fighters have changed ranks in the meantime. So let us see how these two great teams match up against each other. Plus Ultra, this will be their third fight for the day. Losing their first one against Bande, Nere, winning their second one against HMB Academies. So they're going to want to keep that going. Martel winning their first fight against Carcassonne and losing their second fight also against Bande, Nere. So these two teams both having won one, lost one, both of them having lost against Bande, Nere. So let us see. This is going to be an interesting thing to see how these two match up, because statistically they should be quite even. Now to see how the statistics play out. There we see the side of Plus Ultra ready. 3 halberds on their side. Martel, 2 halberds. Martel holding back a little bit more in the center. Plus Ultra pushing quite a bit on both flanks. Martel, one member of Martel pushing forward. Plus Ultra, this fighter closest to us, is in trouble. But he gets out of it. He stays on his feet and controls his opponent. There, Martel trying to use that attack of opportunity from behind. He rejoins his lines, and we are roughly back to 2 opposing sides, left to right. Martel, once again, fighter going round back. That fighter now looking for an attack of opportunity as the rest of the fighters keep pounding at each other, trying to find that moment. Ooh, that Martel fighter in big trouble, but he gets out of it. Well done. Very maneuverable fighter. Plus Ultra in that back right corner in a bit of trouble. One member of Plus Ultra has gone down. Second one has gone down. They are now at a numerical disadvantage. Martel is going to use that. We see in both of these corners on the right-hand side, Martel 2-on-1 against members of Plus Ultra. Teamwork taking down one. Oh, unfortunately, that member of Martel also lost his balance and went down as well. So it's now 4-6 in favor of Martel. That far corner in the right, teamwork took down that fighter as well from Plus Ultra. They are now 6-3, and the marshals call it 6-2. Apologies. 6-2, and the marshals call it. Martel very confidently taking round 1. Excellent round. Good on both sides. They held the first lines. We don't see lines hold that well quite often. So far today, at least. These two teams both held their lines quite well. But then, of course, Martel starting to move fighters in backwards, very effectively creating opportunities for themselves. Little bit of a numerical advantage, and 2-on-1, it of course makes it a lot easier. And they realize that, and they are +1 in rounds. They need one more round. As I've said, we haven't seen a single match go to 3 rounds yet. This first round was 6-0. Martel very aggressively, very confidently taking that round. Let's see how Plus Ultra responds to that in round 2. We see marshals checking the fighters that have changed in from reserves to make sure that all the straps are tight and that everyone is safe. As we get ready for round 2 of match number 11 of the group stages of Magna Carta, Monaco. Start of round 2. Teams meet in the middle, plus Ultra showing more aggression, pushing Martel quite far back on this close side of the list from our perspective. The right side of Martel holding quite well. That Halberdier trying, but Martel holding now. We've got 3 little patches of fighting happening. This near left corner and the 2 patches on the right. Martel holding their own, but plus Ultra definitely very aggressive this round. Martel losing a fighter. Is he down? Yes, he is down on the left. Plus Ultra having the slight numerical advantage. Let's see if they can make this work in their favor. Will we see this go to a 3rd round? Though let's not count out Martel yet. They were very effective in this first round. And in Carcassonne as well. They showed a lot of talent and pure strength. That member of Martel right in the center of screen is in trouble as well. He's got good footing on the left in the corner. 2-on-1 plus Ultra took down 1 Martel fighter. They are now down 2, down 3 in that left corner. And his teammate right next to him is also in bad spot. It's now 2-on-1 in that left corner. Martel at a numerical disadvantage. Plus Ultra holding the members of Martel down while their teammates try and punch them out. Martel fighter on the left, freeing himself, Halberdier. He's going to try and use an attack of opportunity, and it works! He takes down a member of Plus Ultra. Unfortunately, his teammate goes down on the left of the screen. Also getting pushed down there. Another member of Martel goes down. This fighter on the right seems to be left on his own, and they call it. What a turnaround. Plus Ultra definitely understanding that they had to pull this one out of the fire, and they did exceptionally well. And for the first time today, we are going to round 3. 4-0 in favor of Plus Ultra in round 2. Round 1 going to Martel 6-0. Very aggressive, very effective. Plus Ultra coming back a lot more aggressive than round 1. And right from the start, we saw them push back, take field, not giving Martel any opportunity to maneuver around. As soon as they got that first numerical advantage, they pinned down Martel and let their teammates work. With that one Martel fighter, of course, getting free, Halberdier. Here we exactly see Plus Ultra holding fighters down while letting their teammates work the weapons, creating opportunities. And I think, is this that moment? No. Well, it'd be great to see that moment. Oh, what a great move. Excellent. I think that was the first fighter to go down. And that is that excellent move by that Martel fighter who ended up staying on his feet up until the end. At this point, I was a little concerned for him because it looked like he had lost his balance in that. We're already on round 3. Martel coming back more aggressive this time, pushing back Plus Ultra. Let's hope that Plus Ultra didn't run out of gas. That first one Plus Ultra fighter already down. One Martel fighter goes over the list. We are 6-on-6. So no numerical advantage at the moment. One member of Plus Ultra goes down on the left right-hand corner. Martel fighters on. Everybody kind of slowing down a little bit. And we are 5 versus 5. Didn't see the second Martel fighter go down. We are individual fighting. We have Plus Ultra here right in the middle of our screen. We see them again. One fighter holding his opponent in an uncomfortable position while his teammate is free to work. Of course, this is what I was talking about, where the Halberdier, you can see it. Halberdier is trying to put him in a less convenient position so that his teammate can find that moment to drop him. On the right, Martel fighter, goes over the top and takes Plus Ultra with him. Both teams down one more fighter, both go over the list. And we now have 4 individual one-on-one wrestling matches going on. Martel fighter freeing himself here in the middle, not quite yet. Oh, there he goes, he is free. But Plus Ultra immediately readjusting his grip to try and get hold of the control of his head again. His teammate right next to him is also in trouble. Oh, he goes down. Martel is down. Another fighter. That halberdier is now free. They now have a numerical advantage, 4-3 in favor of Plus Ultra. Can they take this third round? I wouldn't count Martel out yet. Martel is an excellent team. We saw, this fighter on the left-hand side. Excellent movement. Freeing his feet from that very effective, very aggressive attack from Plus Ultra. Martel on the left here needs to get back on his feet. He's controlling a member of Plus Ultra, hopefully trying to drop him and take back that numerical advantage to make them even. Not working yet. A member of Martel on the right-hand side, holding his own. Not really in a position to show any aggression, but he does not seem to be too bothered where that halberdier strikes, and the halberdier, in response, closes the distance and just decides to take him over the list. And Plus Ultra takes down one more fighter. It is now 4-2. These two Martel fighters in separate corners. Ooh, what a halberd hit to the back. Unexpected hit. Too much for that Martel fighter. He loses balance. He was already in a very uncomfortable position, and that back shot is just enough to take him to his knees. And Plus Ultra, having lost the first round 6-0, come back to win round number 2, round number 3 to win the match. That was an excellent, our first 3-round match for the day. Plus Ultra taking the win over Martel. That now in Group A puts Bande Nere in the lead with 2 wins. It puts Plus Ultra in second position with 2 wins out of 3. Bande Nere so far having only fought 2 matches, which is why they are still at the top, because they haven't lost one. Plus Ultra having lost 1, but now having won their second. And unfortunately for Martel, that means they are now down 2 matches to 1 out of their 3. As we get ready for our next match. What an excellent takedown by that Martel fighter. Here we see the aggression and the effectiveness of halberds, punching that defense right into his own head. Here we have Martel again in a very uncomfortable position. Excellent control from this Plus Ultra, and he just pulls him down to the ground. Oh, this is probably that last hit. Halberdier approaches this Martel fighter, not seeing the fighter approach, that hit on the back, and it is enough to take him down. Here we now, of course, see Pardus Bellator making their way to the list with their blue tabards with the yellow blocks and their lion on their chests. Their opponents for this round will be the French team Le Contrat. Pardus Bellator in their 3rd match of the day. Unfortunately for them, they haven't won one yet. Le Contrat also in their 3rd match of the day. Having won against La Colonna. And having won against Le Vassaux de Provence. They are so far 2 for 2 in Group B. Definitely one of the leaders. That is, of course, the team on the right. With my apologies, I was mistaken. The blue tabard with the yellow blocks and the lion is not Pardus Bellator, but it is Le Contrat on the right-hand side with Pardus Bellator Pardus Bellator with the red line diagonally over their chests on the left. Lukunsha being more aggressive so far, taking position on this left flank. Pardus Bellator pushing back. Both lines are fairly intact with the two Pardus Bellator halberdiers holding back slightly. Three of them actually holding back slightly. Kunsha looking for a hole through the middle. They found it. Can they make this work as an attack of opportunity? With Lukunsha having one fighter behind the lines. Ooh, Pardus Bellator trying their own attack of opportunity. No result. He did go over the list. We are down one fighter for Pardus Bellator. Lukunsha now having a numerical advantage. Ooh, what an excellent. That all ended very, very quickly. We had a lot of fighters on their feet, and then we had a lot of fighters not on their feet anymore. What an excellent, quick, powerful first round. Lukunsha taking it. There we see Pardus Bellator trying to use that attack of opportunity to push his opponent down. Not working, and himself suffering from that attack of opportunity, that run down, getting punched so hard he went flying over the list. A lot of fighters going over the list today. Pardus Bellator, again, what a pit. Two fighters hitting from different directions at the same time. And round one goes to Lukunsha. The fighters on the right-hand side of the screen. Both of these teams representing France, or from France, rather. Lukunsha, of course, showing their history. Also a very experienced, very powerful team. This is not their first tournament. They've also won lots of tournaments, not just in France, but in other European tournaments as well. And Pardus Bellator, also not newcomers, based near Bordeaux. A team with lots of tradition and honor. And they're going to want to try and come back in the second round. They have done well so far. Let's see what they can do again in round two against Lukunsha on the right. Showing a little bit more aggressive. Pardus Bellator holding back on this close flank. Halberdiers having locked halberds. Now it's a tug of war. Oh no! Pardus Bellator winning the wrestle for halberds, but losing his balance, falling down as a result, giving Lekonis a numerical advantage. Oof. Excellent use of mobility today. 1-2 Pardus Bellator fighters going down right after each other. There, a member of Lukunsha having lost his glove goes down. Oh, no. No. That's it. Lukunsha dominating this round. Both rounds over very quickly. With Lukunsha dominating Pardus Bellator in this match. Pardus Bellator holding the line quite well in both rounds as well. This fighter seems to have his helmet having been pulled off quite a bit. But a great show from both teams. Lukunsha, of course, just going quite a bit further. While we wait, here we see in the wings Bande, Nere and HMB Academies waiting to come out. If you signed in, if you tuned in, you didn't have a favorite team, do you have a favorite team by now? And if so, you can find your favorite team on Instagram by going to magnacarta.project. That's Magna Carta, one word, .project on Instagram. Follow that page, and then from there, Here we see Bandanera, of course, making their way to the list. And from Instagram, from Magna Carta.project, you can find links to all the teams participating today. And you can follow them as well and show them your support. Also, like and subscribe the broadcast so that you can get notifications of future broadcasts of other tournaments and events. And it also helps us improve our reach. So we would appreciate it, and you'd appreciate it too. As we see HMB Academies and Bandanera get ready. HMB Academies on the left-hand side there, the black tabards with the purple frill on the bottoms of the tabards, on some of the fighters at least. And Bandanera is, of course, the black and purple with the purple diagonal lines on the one side of their chest, with the yellow badge on the left side of the chest. We see some of the fighters from both teams coming over to say hello, wish each other luck. Great to see the sportsmanship, where you can see that these teams are ready to fight against each other and not feel sorry for each other, not pull any punches, and yet they are still willing and able to wish each other luck and show a good greeting, as marshals are finishing up their checks for the fighters entering the lists. And we get ready for match number 13. Group A, Bandanera versus HMB Academies. Bandanera so far being 2 for 2. HMB Academies, unfortunately for them so far 0 for 2. They are going to want to show their stuff and show what they can do against Bandanera here. We have Bandanera more aggressively taking field, or rather HMB Academies holding back, letting Bandanera take more field. Bandanera more actively attacking. Their halberds quite active. We have HMB Academies fighters falling all the way back on that far side, allowing the Bandanera halberdiers space and time to swing. Might not be a great strategy for HMB Academies, as we have seen how effective halberds can be today. We have one HMB Academies fighter that's made it behind the list. Ooh, mobility from HMB Academies. Well done. What a hit. The fighter from Bandanera staying on his feet, but that was quite a hit. The lines have broken. We are looking at soup. Ooh, someone goes over the list. I think that was a member of Bandanera. No, HMB Academies. My apologies. With these tabards being similar, it's easy to get confused. We've got 3 fighters down, all 3 fighters HMB Academies, as Bandanera shows their power. They were able to control the lines from the beginning, easily taking ground that HMB Academy was also apparently willing to give them, pushing HMB Academies back. And even once HMB Academies had some fighters broke through the lines and it turned into a free-for-all, Bandanera was able to keep their cool, not losing any fighters. Ooh, what a hit. Halberd. Oh, and teamwork. The halberdier from Bandanera taking that halberd right to the chest of the HMB Academies fighter. And in his reaction to the strike, the Bandanera teammate has the opportunity to drop him. 7-0 in that first round to Bandanera, not losing a single fighter. HMB Academies are going to have to dig deep for this round 2, making changes. We have marshals checking to make sure that everybody is safe and ready, that all the straps are tight, no one's missing any elements, everyone's ready. Bandanera already standing ready for their next round against HMB Academies. HMB Academies looking at them right now. We're not seeing any halberds. We're seeing one-handed axes predominantly, a couple of falchions. Now getting a look at the whole team. They don't seem to have any halberds this round. Bandanera, we at least see 2. That's probably 3 further down, but at least 2. 3, 4. 4 halberds for Bande, Nere, none for HMB Academies. Let's see if that is going to be a problem for them. HMB Academies a little bit more aggressive in terms of territory, but they've already lost 1, already lost 2, already lost 3. Bande, Nere controlling the field exceptionally well, showing their experience. Number 4, number 5. That is it. Round number 2 is over, and Bande, Nere just showing their experience and their strength. What an exceptional show. Bande, Nere in 30 seconds. I am not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure that was the shortest round of the day so far. 30 seconds for Bande, Nere to take round number 2, also 7-0. HMB Academies, excellent young team, showing that they do have the skill and the determination to show up to Magna Carta, Monaco, and fight against the toughest of the tough. Bande, Nere, of course, having already gone up against Martel and their first match was against Plus Ultra, two both great teams, already showing that they are a powerful, powerful team. Bande, Nere now 3 for 3 in Group A. As we go to our next fight from Group B, La Colonna versus I just don't want to get these confused, these two teams. Les Vassaux de Provence. So, Les Vassaux de Provence, of course, the team walking past the front of the list towards the right with the red and white, with white crossed on one side and the blue half on the other side of their tabards. And La Colonna, of course, a combination of two Italian clubs to join up together to form La Colonna, which is why we can see the two different tabards on their side of the list. It is, of course, the maroon and with teal cross, and the yellow and purple tabards on the left side of the screen. That is, of course, La Colonna. On the right, we have Les Vassaux de Provence from France. Les Vassaux de Provence should be both of these teams' second fights as well. Their first fight, they went up against Group B favored so far, Le Comtois, lost that one unfortunately for them. And their second match, they went up against Pardus Bellator. They won that one. So they're 1 for 1, 1 for 2. They're going to want to look for a second one. That Italian fighter already making his way through the line. The lines have reformed, however. On the far side, we see Les Vassaux de Provence pushing quite hard. La Colonna having quite a bit of mobility in some of their fighters. Ooh, we see a run-up from Les Vassaux de Provence. No attack of opportunity. Mobility great on both teams. But everybody also keeping their heads on swivels. None of those tackles have worked so far. Ooh, and the two that were fighting one-on-one. Sorry about that silence for a while. Had to read some messages. We are on fight number 14 with Les Vassaux de Provence at the numerical. They were at a numerical disadvantage. They have now leveled it out again. On the contrary, they have now taken the numerical advantage. On the right corner here, We see Le Vassaux de Provence dominating. Marshals have stopped. Is that it? That is it. Yeah. For a supreme numerical advantage, Le Vassaux de Provence have won round number 1. Of course, it is best out of 3, so we are not done with this match yet. And this is a exciting one. Start of this round was very exciting. The line held quite well on both sides, with a fighter from La Colonna breaking through first, but then they simply kind of pushed him back, returned him back to his line, and only after that did some of the French fighters from Le Vassaux de Provence, of course, make their way back, and then inevitably taking the numerical advantage and the round. So round 1 goes to Le Vassaux de Provence. La Colonna on the left-hand side making changes to their teams. Talking tactics with their support there. As we prepare for round number 2 in Magna Carta, Monaco. It's so good to say that again. So great to have HMB return to Monaco. Thank you, Magna Carta, for making it happen. Of course, go to magnacarta.project on Instagram to follow. They have events every month of 2026. There is already posts on Instagram of what events are where. So go check it out, like and follow as we get on to round number 2. Good aggression from both teams, lots of weapon work, lots of strikes. No one really going straight for wrestling. We have Le Vassaux de Provence pushing really hard on the far side of the lists, and La Colonna holding really well on the close side of the lists. We haven't had anyone break the... we have one down from La Colonna on the far side. Lots of good halberd work on that fighter. Saw him took a knee. Didn't see what exactly took him down, but I think that was pure just hitting power. Le Vassaux de Provence now trying to push La Colonna into this corner. Someone went down on the right there, just out of view. It is a member of Le Vassaux de Provence. Oh, and there another. We have 2 members of Le Vassaux de Provence and one from La Colonna down outside of camera right. And we are 5 on 5. No numerical advantage, but Le Vassaux de Provence are controlling more territory, and another one goes down. Just pure power. Great wrestling there. Apparently, no. It looked like, for a moment, it looked like the Marshals were picking him up again, but that was a very clean, very good drop. Excellent work from Le Vassaux de Provence, controlling all the territory. That fighter choosing to release his weapon instead of getting bogged down trying to free it. Again, Le Vassaux de Provence have all the territory under control, so he can just do that. He's not putting his team in at any disadvantage, as they now have the numerical disadvantage of 5 on 3, 5 on 2. That fighter goes down. Le Vassaux de Provence, lots of very powerful hits. From halberds this round, taking down quite a couple of fighters, at least 2. We saw at least 2 fighters go down with hits from Le Vassaux de Provence. Taking round number 2, meaning they take the match, meaning in Group B, they are also one of the favorites. Le Vassaux de Provence, they fought against Pardus Bellator. They beat them. And in the second match, they fought against Le Comtois, which they lost, unfortunately for them. Of course, Le Comtois, at this point being the favorite in Group B, statistically at least. That is not too unexpected. Next, we go back to Group A for match number 15, rather. And it is Carcassonne versus Plus Ultra. We see some replays. Let's see what we got here. This is when They were already almost completely in the corner. Le Vassaux de Provence controlling the territory excellently. Oh, look at that halberd work. What a hit. Excellent work by the halberdiers from Le Vassaux de Provence. Again, this time from the other side. La Colonna, Le Vassaux de Provence. Whoa, look, blocking the leg, taking the fighter off balance, and there he goes. Excellent work. Excellent work. As we rejoin the live stream, we have Plus Ultra on the left-hand side and Carcassonne on the right-hand side. Carcassonne in these black tabards, as we see the marshal make sure that all the straps are tight and all the defensive armor is in place. The same happening, of course, on Plus Ultra side. On the left-hand side, they are in the white tabards with the red diagonal cross. As we get ready for match number 15. Exciting. Both of these teams have done really well so far today. Carcassonne beating HMB Academies. And what does the rest of their history look like? In a second. Losing against Martel. As we are off to round one, Carcassonne quickly taking the middle of the field. Plus Ultra a little bit more conservative, a little bit less aggression. We see their halberdiers start acting more aggressive. Carcassonne's center. Ooh, will he go? No, he decided not to go. Looks like he could have made it, but he decided to hold position. So we have Carcassonne holding the middle. And the halberdiers of Plus Ultra on both sides working quite actively. Ooh, and there we go. Far side, we have Carcassonne halberdier very effectively freeing up one of his teammates. But he is still in danger. That member of Plus Ultra is trying to take him over the lists. As that member of Carcassonne is trying to get to his teammate. That seems to be the only really dangerous point at this point. Ooh, that member of Carcassonne is in a very uncomfortable position. He got free though. We have a little bit of back running that Carcassonne fighter now from behind Plus Ultra, but he got caught up and he is in a very bad position. His feet are getting kicked out from under him. We are still 7 for 7, a minute and 15 seconds in. Carcassonne fighter on the left hand taking a knee. He's out. That's one down. We have Plus Ultra with a numerical advantage of 1. Let's see what they can do with that. On the right there, we have one free fighter of each side. Carcassonne trying to do something with it, not being able. And we have Plus Ultra, one free halberdier here on the left-hand side, working on this Carcassonnian fighter's legs. Carcassonne, ooh, they saw him coming, tried to block him. Didn't really work, but he's also not in a terrible position. This Carcassonne fighters are really good at staying on their feet. One goes down, 2 against 1, hard to argue with that. Another Carcassonne fighter goes down. They're 3 down now. Plus Ultra still all 7 on their feet. This Carcassonnian fighter on the right-hand side of screen is also in trouble. 2 on 1. Seems like they want to take him over the list. There he goes. Can he take someone with him? Doesn't look like it, but there he goes. Nope. Another one down. This Carcassonnian fighter on the left freeing himself. Very well done. These Carcassonnian fighters are really good at staying on their feet. Quite a couple of times now. In this round, at least, we saw them in very uncomfortable positions with their feet getting kicked out from under them, their heads getting controlled, where they were able to free themselves. Unfortunately for them, Plus Ultra showing a bit more control, a bit more aggression in some of the positions, with 2 of the members of Carcassonne going over the list. Just pure force, pushing them over the list. And this excellent work. There we see that Carcassonnian fighter just staying on his feet. Oh, there we go. Excellent work. Again, staying on his feet. Bad position. Takes a step, doesn't lose his balance, stays on his feet. So Plus Ultra will be happy with that one. 7-0. That's the best result you can get from a round. So they'll be feeling happy with that. Carcassonne, however, I've also shown some really good tactics and strength today. I wouldn't count them out. And let's see how they're going to adapt to round two. Both teams now making changes to their fighters, and we have marshals now checking to make sure that everybody is safe as we go into round two. This is going to be exciting. It's going to be, so far, more than once now, we have seen teams lose round one and then come back with quite a bit of aggression. Of course, the best example being Plus Ultra versus Martel, where Plus Ultra also lost the first round 6-0 to Martel and then came back to win round 2 and 3 to win the fight. So let's see how Plus Ultra responds to Carcassonne. They're pushing harder, going past the middle of the field, and their far flank continuing to push. The center holding, Carcassonne kind of giving way a little bit on the right flank, but they're also not just giving it up. They're definitely controlling, trying to keep their positions. This closer flank, we see no one's tying themselves up. Carcassonne is both staying free. Plus Ultra's kind of holding line. Plus Ultra going behind Carcassonne's lines, trying to get that attack of opportunity from behind. It doesn't work, not quite yet at least. We see, ooh, what a hit. There we have two fighters go down, one losing a helmet. Both of them from Carcassonne. We have another Carcassonne going over the list. Numerical advantage Plus Ultra. We saw this against Martel. We're seeing it against Carcassonne. Plus Ultra taking the first round too calmly and then coming back with excellent aggression round two. Round one and round two honestly have been very similar, just in different directions. In round one, we saw quite a bit of aggression from Carcassonne. Round two, we saw a lot more aggression from Plus Ultra. We are 6-2, and that is it called. Which of course makes the tally for the round 6-0. So they lost round one 7-0. They come back round two 6-0. And for the second time today, we are going to round number 3. Funny enough, the last time we had 3 rounds, it was also Plus Ultra. And they also lost the first round. So are we seeing a repeat performance from their fight against Martel? Or will Carcassonne now show us a repeat of round 1? This is going to be a good one because in both rounds, like I said, the both rounds are very similar, just in opposite directions. In round 1, we saw Carcassonne very aggressive, very effective, staying on their feet. Did I make a mistake? I made a mistake. My sincere apologies. Plus Ultra won round 1, 7-0. For some reason, I had thought that Carcassonne had won that. But no. So Plus Ultra takes that one, 7-0, 6-0. My sincere apologies, Plus Ultra. Showing their dominance, which is probably why round 1 and round 2 looked so similar. Is because they were so similar. It just was not Carcassonne and Plus Ultra changing position, but just Plus Ultra. So my apologies for getting that confused, but Plus Ultra very confidently taking the match against Carcassonne. 7-0, 6-0, as we now see the next fight from Group B make their way to the list. We have Le Concha versus La Confrérie de Loup. I'm trying. These French team names are tough for me, but I'm trying. So we have La Confrérie de Loup versus Le Concha. La Confrérie de Loup on the right side of our screens. Le Concha on the left. Le Concha, we're looking at now the blue tabards with the yellow lion and the yellow blocks, and Le Confrérie de Loup on the other side with the blue and white tabards. Le Concha having won their first fight against Les Vassaux de Provence, also having won their second fight. Here we go. As we start round one, La Confrérie de Loup taking position, taking territory in the list with a bit more aggression. They got more of the territory. They're also pushing a little bit harder. Le Confrérie is not giving up territory, but they were letting themselves get pushed around a little bit. The centers on both sides, kind of looking for an opportunity. Halberdiers not too active. Also, only seeing one halberdier for both teams from La Confrérie de Loup. As this is a slower start to a round one, but as we've often seen, they often explode with great energy as soon as something starts happening. We have one fighter from La Confrérie de Loup who's now made his way to the back of the lines for Le Confrérie. He is on his own against two with a third fighter keeping an enemy. That, of course, and he drops one. Well done. One of his friends, teammates, comes up to help him, who is now in a very bad position. We have multiple fighters halfway over the list. One member from Le Confrérie definitely goes over. Looks like another fighter is still halfway over the list there, as we now have two kind of blocks of fighting. The most aggressive, most active, of course, being the far left-hand corner, with this Nere list being 2-on-2 for the most part so far. And like I said, started slow and all of a sudden just explosion. There's a command to break. Not sure. Oh, so the marshals have said that fighter from Le Confrérie was already out of the fight. He hadn't sat down, so they broke that fight to put him. Oh, what a move from La Confrérie de Loup! A little foot tap, little ankle tap, and that fighter from Le Confrérie goes down in a tumble. We now have Le Confrérie de Loup with a big numerical advantage. 7-3. And the call is made to stop the fight. And it goes to La Confrérie de Loup. 5-2, making it 5-0. If I am reading correctly, as soon as we get an update, we'll say. But definitely going to La Confrérie de Loup. I'm sure this time. Round one definitely went to La Confrérie de Loup. But like I said, Le Confrérie have shown exceptional results so far today. So I definitely... Oh, that was that ankle tap I was talking about. Little bit of attack as he moved around. As you can see, he had no idea what had happened and takes a tumble. Excellent, excellent move from that fighter from... Le Confrérie de Loup. Unfortunately, the fighter numbers are hard to see, so it's hard to always tell you who does what. But excellent fighting as we see the start to round two. Le Confrérie already a little bit more aggressive. Still giving up a little bit of territory on that far side. We've seen that isn't necessarily a bad sign, but we have seen that the team that controls more of the field has more opportunity for movement, for space to breathe, so to speak. La Confrérie de Loup getting a fighter behind the lines for Le Confrérie. Multiple fighters now. Ooh, and there one fighter from La Confrérie de Loup goes down. Second fighter is down. One fighter from Le Confrérie has gone down as well. He's very unhappy. I didn't see what happened to him. But we are now down 6-5 in favor of Le Confrérie. They now have a slight numerical advantage. Let's see what they can do with that. There are two fighters going down together on the right-hand side. So the numerical advantage staying with Le Confrérie. Mobility activating again. No attack of opportunity that time. La Confrérie de Loup on that left-hand corner is in trouble. They are 2-on-2. That third fighter ran away, but they are still kind of tight in that corner. They'll want to get out of there. Their teammate, just went down. I just want to say that guy is in trouble as well, and he went down, taking one of his opponents with him, at least. So that is a good thing. Marshall stopping that encounter on the left. They're not sure why. On the right, we have 2-on-1. La Confrérie de Loup being manipulated and pulling this way and that way from the two fighters. Now that halberdier, kicked the foot out from under him, and that is it for that fighter. He goes down. Bigger advantage now for Le Conchou, 5-2, and they've called it. Makes it 5-0. Round number 2 in this fight of La Confrérie de Loup versus Le Conchou. Let's see. This guy, yeah, very bad position. Not a lot you can do on that. He's already on the lists with his arms, and like we've said earlier, those lists are like hip height. So trying to get up after that, and then people just start pounding on top of you, that's a very bad position to be in. What a hit. As we've also said, full contact. It's not just hitting with the weapons. You can hit with your head, with your hands, with your feet, with your body, as we've seen. Very effective today. Lots of fighters getting just plowed out of the way. So that hit, and very often, we've also seen today, very often the unexpected hit is the one that kind of can get you off balance, and it's just that little bit that your opponent needs to, hook a foot or grab your head or, tank you over the side of the list. So even if a punch, like a normal punch in the face doesn't seem like it'll hurt, especially not with these helmets, just the fact that it's unexpected, is definitely makes the punch worth it. So we're going to round 3. La Confrérie de Loup taking round 1, 6-0. Le Conchou taking round 2. I think, if I remember correctly, 5-0. We'll see as soon as they get updated now what the official final result was. As these two French teams are the second match to go to 3 rounds. Apologies again to Plus Ultra for stealing that 1 round from them in the previous match. This is, in fact, the second time we're going to 3 rounds. As both teams are ready, we're waiting for the command from the marshals. Teams don't want to wait anymore. Le Conchou are ready to go. We're waiting for command from the marshals. There must be a technical element that we are waiting for, as we are now looking at Le Conchou with their yellow lion, and there we can see their opponents as well for this round. Le Confrérie de Loup. So be the last round for this match. Both teams have won 1. So this is it. And we're off to round 3. La Confrérie de Loup taking up a little bit more territory. Nothing really to write home about, as everybody is a lot more active this round. Lots of hits. Le Conchou taking 1 fighter down already. Slowly kind of making his way. Oh, someone goes over the list there on the left. We can't really see what happened. Oh, yeah. It is a member of Le Conchou, that first fighter that went through. He ended up going over the list. We now have 3 fights happening. We have the far right corner, this near fight on the list, and there are 2 fighters on the left out off camera now, one-on-oneing it, and we are at the stage of free-for-all. We're pretty much one-on-one everywhere. Can't really see that. 1 fighter right in front of us in the middle of our screens from Le Conchou is not in a great position, though he's comfortable in his legs, but he'll want to definitely get out of that. As you can see, that Whoa, there he goes! Well done. That's quite a good idea from La Confrérie de Loup. That fighter was ready to kind of defend himself from going over the list. Instead, he started getting pulled in. And Le Contrat here, right in front of us, dropping one fighter. They now have the numerical advantage, 6-5, in favor of Le Contrat. Le Contrat, sorry. Apologies. As another fighter goes down, they took him down 2-on-1, increasing the numerical advantage for Le Contrat. Le Contrat with the numerical advantage, 6-4, using that. Their halberdier actively working, that fighter barely staying on his knees. He is in a very bad position. Can he get out? No, he can't. He goes down. And that should be round. No. As the fight continues, we have two blocks. Everyone seems to be a little bit confused whether or not they should continue fighting or not. According to the scorecard, it's 6-3. So I think it should be 6-2 for them to stop. Yeah, we are continuing. Le Contrat having the 6-3 advantage, numerical advantage. We have two now little gathering. There he goes. La Confrérie de Loup. One more fighter gets taken down. It is now 6-2. That should end it for us. And it does. So in a third round, Le Contrat comes back and takes round number 3 to win it. So the result of match number 16. First round 6-0 for La Confrérie de Loup. Round 2 5-0 for Le Contrat. And third round going 6-0 Le Contrat. Le Contrat winning the match. Next, we are waiting another Group B match. Pardus Bellator versus La Colonna. Match 17 in our group stage. We have 20 in total. So we have 4 matches left in our group stages. Looking at the results so far, Bande Nere is in a good position in Group A, having won 3 of their 4 matches so far. Their 4th match being the last one, number 20. So they haven't fought that one yet, but they're 3 for 3, so they're in a very, very good position. In Group A. Group B, we have Plus Ultra, who has won 1, 2, 3 of their 4 matches. So Plus Ultra has already fought all 4 of their matches. They won 3 out of 4, losing only to Bande Nere. Bande Nere so far 3 for 3 for Group A. So looking at that, those two teams are in good positions. Group B, we'll have a look now as we see La Colonna in the left-hand side closer to us, ready to go, and Pardus Bellator with red diagonal line, now saying hello to their opponents from the right side of the list. From Group B, Le Contrat have won 1, 2, 3, 4 of their fights. So Le Contrat is in a very, very good position in Group B, having won all 4 of their fights. Let's look at the other teams. We have for B, La Confrérie de Loup have won 2. La Vassaux de Provence have also won 2. And we're off to a start of 17. Ooh, very static start on both sides. Pardus Bellator keeping quite a bit of a distance. Lots of halberds. That's probably one of the reasons why. Though La Colonna is pushing a little bit, Pardus Bellator giving up some territory again. Doesn't necessarily mean much, but as we have seen today, the team that controls more territory just generally has a bit more room to maneuver. So La Colonna definitely working to better their position, even though their line is not as well formed. Here we can definitely see the two teams, as we've said. La Colonna could consist of two teams, and we can see it in their tabards. They have two distinct tabards, and they seem to have formed, a left flank and a right flank. Here we are all the way in a corner. La Colonna controlling the territory. Pardus Bellator -2 fighters already. There's someone in this corner going down as well. La Colonna looking good. They have the numerical advantage. We have a runner. Nope, they see him coming and they get to block him. He is not able to. There, another member of Pardus Bellator goes down. Teamwork makes the dream work, as they say, and the numerical advantage goes 6-4 in favor of La Colonna. Halberdiers doing their work, doing their job, as we can see. That one member of Pardus Bellator freeing up, going for the charge. Not quite. That was not good effort, but not enough weight, not enough surprise. Ooh, well done. Unfortunately, going down himself as well. Member of Pardus Bellator, of course, using one of the fallen down fighters, one of his teammates, to take down La Colonna, and then getting a little push from behind and not being able to get up himself, losing his own balance. So there we are, round 1. La Colonna. Get ready for round 2. Some of these fighters are starting to look a little bit fatigued. We are coming up to the end of team stage. We still have, including this one, 4 matches left. The team so far looking the best in Group B, as I've said, is Le Comtois, having won 4-4. Their counterparts from Group A seems like it might be Bande. They're the only team from Group A so far to not have lost the match. Their last fight is left against Carcassonne. They will be match number 20. But from Group B, it is Le Comtois in a very, very good position. As I said, La Confrérie de Loup with 2 wins. Le Vassaux de Provence with 2 wins. As we seem to be ready to go on to round number 2. Pardus Bellator on the right. La Colonna on the left. 1-0 in favor of La Colonna. This is La Colonna that we're looking at now. La Colonna, this close batch, pushing hard right off the bat. As we've seen before, Pardus Bellator losing round 1, coming back with a lot more aggression in round 2. I thought that was a sure win takedown, but no. He grabbed himself on the list and he's upright. See Halberdiers working actively. No one's down yet. We're 7-7. We have some fighters down. There's one Pardus Bellator. Didn't see what happened to him. He's down on the right-hand side of the list. We now have one big fight here on the right. Lots of fighters in a corner. And then 2 little ones on the left here. One Pardus Bellator without a weapon facing 2 fighters. He's running for a spare. No one's there to stop him. He grabs his spare and he's ready to keep going. Pardus Bellator losing another fighter, trying to do that run and gun thing. Ooh, quite a couple going down there. 1, 2, 3 fighters going down. Fighters from both teams. La Colonna now have the numerical advantage of 6-4. They have the territory, they have the numerical advantage. Now, we need to see if they can turn that into a round 2 victory. Halberdier working, teamwork, takes down another one, and there we are down 6-2, which is when the marshals call it taking it to 6-0, meaning La Colonna win this match 6-0, 6-0, 2 rounds to none. And we go on to our next match from Group A, Martel versus HMB Academies. The matches we have left, as I said, we have 20 in total for our group stages. The matches we have left next, match number 18 is Martel HMB Academies. Match number 19, Vassaux de Provence versus La Confrérie de Loup. That is a match I am quite excited for. These, at least statistically, these two teams are quite equally matched. So I'm quite excited to see those teams go up against each other. And then match number 20, closing us up, Bande, Nere, Carcassonne. Can Bande, Nere go 4-4 in Group A? We will find out. But first, we will see if HMB Academies can make a comeback in their final match of the group stages, or if Martel will add another notch to their belt. Here we're seeing the playback. Here you can see the teamwork. The teamwork. Teamwork makes a huge difference. Where we had that fighter. Oh, this was the moment where that fighter lost his weapon. Unfortunately, there was no one there to stop him, but it was too little too late. They didn't drop him at that moment, but he did get taken down a little bit later. That was when those 3 fighters went down together. And here we are looking at HMB Academies with their black tabards. Some of them, as you can see on the bottom, have the purple lining on their tabards, and their opponents, Martel, in their blue tabards. There we can see them on the opposite side, also getting checked by the marshals to make sure everyone's ready to go, everyone is safe. There you can see both teams arrived with, we're 7 versus 7, but you can arrive with more fighters so that in between rounds you can substitute. So as you can see, both these teams arrived with a fairly full lineup. They have spares. As we get ready for the start of round 1 and go. Martel a little bit more active on the territory taking. HMB School's right hand, the far side flank, kind of stepping back. We have fighters already behind the lines trying to make attacks of opportunity. Lots of mobility. One goes down for Martel. Attack opportunity. Ooh, second smash. That fighter is too big. He doesn't go over the list. We have lots of mobility, lots of those running tackle hits. So far, one result, one Martel fighter is down. HMB Academies have the numerical advantage of 7-6. Right in front of us, we see a, not anymore, 6-6. One of the HMB Academies fighters went down in that far left corner. Ooh, good hit from behind, but that HMB Academies fighter is now facing 2-on-1. Again, that's a very bad position. Will he take his opponent with him? Yes, he has. Both teams lose a fighter there. We are now 5-5. There are more HMB fighter and another Martel fighter went down in that far left corner. We are down 4-4. We have one localized fight happening right in front of us now. There we go, zooming in. We have one Martel fighter relatively free, trying to get some control. No, it's 2-4 now. With Martel having the numerical advantage, they have some room to work, dragging this one HMB Academies fighter into the center to try and get him off balance. He goes down, and it's 4-1, and they stop before they can hoist the last HMB Academies fighter over the list. And Martel takes the first round 4-0. You can see it's getting harder and harder to get up. Takes a lot out of you physically, all of these matches, and we are on match 18. Each team fighting a minimum of 4 matches. That's 4 matches in the group stages, and for those who make it to the playoffs, it is more, obviously. Here was that very effective tanking run, that Martel fighter going flying, not expecting that fight. Here, opposite side, HMB Academy is getting pulled down. Teamwork. As we've seen, a numerical advantage plays quite a big role, especially when the teams are 7 versus 7. 5-7 is quite a big difference. So you'd think losing 2 fighters, you could still keep it going. And of course teams do, but it does make it a lot harder. One of the fighters seems to be having trouble getting up, so the medics are just making sure that everything is okay. I believe it is that Martel fighter. At least from the positioning, it looks like it's that Martel fighter. Nope, it's someone from HMB Academies. They've taken off his helmet, taken off his gloves, and the medics are just making sure that he's okay. So the marshals, of course, do everything they can, and the rules are designed in such a way that it is as safe as possible. But as you can see, it's big, heavy men crashing into each other, beating each other. So things do happen. He seems okay, walking off on his own feet. The medics, of course, just kind of not wanting. It seems to be something with his right arm. Maybe he just felt in an awkward position as next team. We get ready for round 2. Martel taking that one 4-0. Round 1. Now we go to round 2. HMB Academies on the left-hand side of our screen. Now we're, of course, looking at Martel with their blue tabards. On the left-hand side of their chest, you can see their medieval warhammer as their emblem. And on their backs, of course, they also have that same emblem. And start of round 2, teams meet roughly in the middle. HMB Academy is willing to take a step back to not fall under those halberds. Martel halberds working. HMB Academy is lots of movement forwards, backwards. Martel kind of generally staying in that line. HMB Academy is trying to make a break. We have, doesn't make it, 2-on-1. They take him down to his knees immediately. Numerical advantage for Martel, 7-6. This fighter, HMB Academy's fighter, right in front of us there. His teammate comes to cover him up. He was in a bad position. He's not in a much better position now, but at least he's not taking those shots from those halberds. It is a free-for-all. We are in the soup. Lots of mobility. Another HMB Academy's fighter goes down 2-on-1. Not seeing as much mobility this round. Another HMB Academy fighter gets taken down. Another one right in front of us. Lots of just twist and drop. Another one goes down 2-on-1. His opponent making sure that he's okay. And that is it. Martel not losing any fighters this round, taking the round 7-0. See some of the fighters respectfully saying thank you to each other. And that is it for match number 18, with Martel taking another victory. That is their second one for the day, and that is their 4th match. So they are 2 for 4. having lost against Bande Nere and Plus Ultra. Plus Ultra, of course, having won 3 of their 4 matches, having lost only to Bande Nere. Bande Nere having not lost a single match today yet. So very good showing from Martel. HMB Academies did a lot of hard work. They showed great spirit, great potential. Unfortunately, no victories for them today. But what a team. Great to see new talent coming into the sport. And they definitely made Martel work for it. But especially that first round, 4-0 is a good score. And they showed a great work in mobility. So really glad to see that. Here we see those big Martel fighters and the mobility of HMB Academies. At this point, they were just already at the numerical disadvantage. And it just is that hard. Here we, of course, see the 2 French teams, La Confrérie de Loup and Le Vassaux de Provence, making their way to the list. From Group B, getting a little bit up close and personal to say hello to the fighters. Hello, Mr. Fighter. We have our marshals making sure that everyone is safe and ready and no one has forgotten anything. Here you can see the teams. Le Vassaux de Provence having less fighters. That means they have less opportunity to swap people in when needed. They're on the right side with their fan zone. Le Vassaux de Provence, of course, the blue and red tabards, dominantly blue and red, versus Le Confrérie de Loup, which have the blue and white tabards. Round 1 is underway. Both teams showing quite a bit of aggression. Both sides of the list working quite hard. Le Confrérie de Loup making a push. One fighter already through. Ooh, here right in front of us, one fighter from Le Vassaux de Provence is in the back. Oh, what a hit from behind. And we have a numerical advantage for La Confrérie de Loup. 6-7. Another fighter goes over the top, this time from the other side. We are 6-6. No advantage. Oh, I was looking forward to this match, and I was right. This is a great match so far. Great aggression from both teams. Lots of movement. We now have 3 little theaters of fighting happening. People starting to break off into smaller groups. La Confrérie de Loup, whoa, what a hit, but no result. On the left here, see halberdiers trying to free themselves out so they can start swinging those halberds. Someone goes down from Le Vassaux de Provence on the left in front of us here. Numerical advantage to La Confrérie de Loup. Someone goes over the list. That is from Le Vassaux de Provence as well. Numerical advantage now to 2 fighters in the favor of La Confrérie de Loup. And we have now a more centralized fight here in this right-hand corner. One of the halberdiers from Le Vassaux de Provence is free. Well, not halberdier, like a 2. Ooh, what a hit. Doesn't go over the list yet, so to speak. Let's see who does, because both of these fighters are trying to take their opponents over the list. We see those halberdiers from La Confrérie de Loup working vertically. Up, down, up, down. Let's see what this... There's some leg blocking, using the teammates and opponents on the ground as a hurdle to try and push opponents over. Here we have 2-1 Le Vassaux de Provence fighter. Not in a very favorable position. La Confrérie de Loup, that halberdier, vertically working with his two-handed axe. Lost a weapon, needs to run and get a new one. Marshals are deciding what's happening. We will continue 2-4. We continue. If La Confrérie de Loup can take down one more fighter, that'll be it. That is it. We're going to call it 4-0 in favor of La Confrérie de Loup. What a great round. I love that round. Lots of activity, lots of aggression. One team got a one fighter advantage. Pretty much immediately, the other team leveled it out again. And right up until the end, well, almost right up until the end, you could have said that both teams had the opportunity to take it. Both teams are also 2 out of 3 so far. So it'll be interesting to see how this match ends in this next round. Seeing as they are now here we are, of course, watching the replay from that round as we get ready for the next round. Round number 2. Les Vassaux de Provence winning round number 1. If I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken. La Confrérie de Loup, my apologies, taking round number 1. And here we go. La Confrérie de Loup on the left. Les Vassaux de Provence on the right. 2 French teams. Round number 2. La Confrérie de Loup having taken round number 1. Similar start. Both teams relatively aggressive. Though still taking time to consider. There we go. We have the first breaks in the lines. No one's down yet. Or no. Someone from Les Vassaux de Provence has gone down. Ooh, another one has gone down. What a tackle. Seven to 5 in favor of La Confrérie de Loup. Another one goes down. They increase their numerical advantage. We now have 2 little batches of fighting happening with 2 free fighters looking for an opportunity. We're losing. We have a run and a hit. No result though. And the last free fighter from Provence is now also tied up. Oh, and he's in a very uncomfortable position. He goes down. The numerical advantage now very big in favor of La Confrérie de Loup. Les Vassaux de Provence not giving up, also aggressively still working. That run-up trying to help his teammate in the last minutes didn't work, and that is where the marshals will call it, because there is too much of a numerical advantage from La Confrérie de Loup, and they take round number 2 as well, winning this match, meaning that they are 3 for 4, finishing their group stage behind Le Comtois, if I am not mistaken. And yeah, what an excellent match. I knew I was waiting for this match. I was expecting this match, and I was right. It was a great one. I enjoyed it. We have the replays happening. On my side, the replays are a little bit jumpy, so it's hard to see what's happening. But if it is happening for you as well, I can at least tell you that we are now at match number 20. And Bande Nere opened this tournament for us. They were the first fighters to walk out fighting against El Tercio Viego plus Ultra from Spain. And now they're going to close off the group stages fighting against Carcassonne. Carcassonne going on the left side of your screens and Bande Nere on the right side of our screens. Bande Nere being the team in black with purple stripes on the right side of their chest, and Carcassonne being in black tabards. So we will have to keep a hawk-eye open to make sure that we keep track of the right fighters. Bande Nere also having their yellow emblem on the left side of their chest. That also pops quite a bit. It's quite easy to spot. So that being Bande Nere, they have been checked by the marshals. And there we go. Round one start. And Bande Nere actively taking more position, actively moving forward. People already almost over the lists. We have a general idea of a line. It looked like we were going to lose the line right off the bat, but no, both teams are holding the line. First runner in the back from Bande Nere. We have lost the line. Carcassonne is falling back into the back quarters. Bande Nere now controlling lots of territory. Oof! What a stand-up. I was sure that fighter had gone down. I didn't think he was going to make it up, but he controlled his weight on the list, and he is still on his feet. Carcassonne is down one fighter. We are 7-1 in favor of Bande Nere. Second fighter down, went over the list. Three fighters down. There's another one looking like he's going to go flying over the list. Bande Nere showing their power. And I mean like brute force power. Taking that round 7-0, not losing a fighter. Exceptional. We've seen Bande Nere today do this. They have great comprehension of tactics. They understand what and how to do things. They have great personal skill amongst their fighters. They've got lots of power, just pure strength to tip opponents over the lists. Carcassonne is going to have to work hard. Though, Carcassonne are also, they have done really well so far. HMB Academy, they beat very confidently. So let's see how they do this. They also did quite well against their other opponents, of course, being Martel and plus Ultra. Also did quite well against them. They're going to have to bring some more aggression, maybe some more cohesion in the second round, because Bande Nere in both those elements are very good. Lots of aggression from both sides. Carcassonne falling back, giving up territory. Not a lot, though. They're not just falling back. They're trying to keep a line. Bande Nere taking the opportunity to kind of let some of the Carcassonne team members pass on the far side. Oh, what a hit! Exceptional! Unseen, that hit that we've seen quite a couple of times today. That surprise tackle that comes out of nowhere. Carcassonne used that to their advantage. They now have a numerical advantage of 7-6. Bande Nere not standing still, though. We no longer have the lines. The Carcassonnian fighter on the right side of the screen, his sabaton on his shoe has come loose. So the marshals have forced him to take a knee. That is very unfortunate for them. They had a 7-6 numerical advantage. Now they're down to 6-6. They've lost a fighter. Now they're down to 5-6. With Bande Nere having the numerical advantage. Quite a couple of fighters have gone down here. 1, 2, 3 already down in a matter of no time. And that goes to Bande Nere. This time losing one fighter. That exceptional tackle from Carcassonne. We've seen that tackle work effectively for many teams today. And it is no exception. Bande Nere also can fall victim to that. But Bande Nere still wins it. Both rounds go to Bande Nere 7-0, 6-0. Excellent result. I'm sure they'll be happy with that as they close off the group stages. We're now waiting for the secretaries to tally up all the results so we will know who goes to the playoffs. And who will be facing whom in the playoffs, which is maybe the more important question. Looking at the results just off the top of my head, I am fairly sure that Bande Nere is going to leave Group A in first position. And for Group B, I am fairly sure that it is going to be Le Comtois, the French team. Here we see those halberdiers working a lot of the movement we saw in the second round. Bande Nere, there you can see, just showing their personal skill. Ooh, there he goes over. What a round. Of course, this event brought to us by Magna Carta Monaco.
I'm passionate about the sport. I'm passionate about medieval fighting. Having a chance to fight today, it's a wonderful occasion. I love it. So having a chance to be in such an event with first rank fighters at a world level.
My feeling it's very nice because we meet another team, another friend, and it's cool. It's cool.
just enjoy the fight, we enjoy the friendship, we just enjoy the event, just the happiness.
As a child, I really loved medieval and fantasy and all of that. King Arthur and his knights and all of that was always my favorite game. So when I grew up and I found that it's possible to actually do it in real life, I was ecstatic. I went to my first training, loved it, and that was it. So why do I keep doing it? I think first of all, the most important thing for me has been a lot of the friends that I've made.
Since I was a child, I grew up listening to stories about heroes, about knights. I've always been drawn to the history of my country and to the roots of my culture. I immediately felt like I was at home. I felt a strong connection to our past, and I cannot imagine my life without all of this.
For me, I think we're talking about living history, okay? Because nowadays you know history by videos, by podcasts, movies, but there in festival like this one, you can really see and enjoy real fights with real fighters, real armors.
For this tournament, my expectations were to make it even better than we did the initial year last year. So this is the second edition of our festival, and we made sure to improve everything we can. And we are quite happy with the results. We know that there are many more things that we can improve and make this event and all the other events that we organize even better for both the spectators and for fighters as well.
The most important thing is gonna be something like weird, but
For me, it's not the fight. It's the friends who I make around the world. I'm from Argentina, and we doesn't have too many teams, and we know each other. But when I came for a tournament, a festival in this case, I know a lot of friends. I got friends from Serbia, I got friends from French, I make new friends in Italy, and we can fight all together or against us, but after the fight we can drink a wine, we can tell us the stories, and we can take a good time.
Magna Carta is here for you. We do the festivals, we organize different kinds of activities just for the people who are interested in Middle Ages or not interested yet. But we are here to give you the show, to give you the spectacle, and to show you that Middle Ages are closer than you think.
Fans of the medieval combat, fans of the medieval festivals, thank you to came to the events. Please support all your teams. Join to the Buhur team and knows the meaning and know the sense of the family who a Buhur team can give you. That's why I came here, to help my partners in this festival, the other teams of my teams and my partners in Argentina. Really thank you.
Welcome to this sport. You're gonna have a lot of fun. It's very, very funny.
I recommend all people who wants to get involved in this sport, don't be afraid. Come, enjoy, meet another team, your closer team, and get involved. You can fight, you can support, you can be martial. There is place for everybody, and it's amazing.
Living history is way better than just seeing at movies or at festivals. And there are so many clubs of Burt in all Europe, in the whole world. So just try this sport because it's really impressive and common. Do you know another sport where you can fight with your friends? I don't know.
Try it. It's a unique experience. You have to watch it by yourself with your eyes.
We watch maybe MMA and watch all these fights, and it's very interesting. But Buhurt involves weapons, tactics and strategy, and I think this is the peak of combat. So anybody that likes to watch combat sports, this is probably going to be something that they're going to look at once, and they're going to be hooked, and they're not going to turn their back on this ever.
If you like history, medieval combat is for you. Come and join us at any festival.
For those of you who are still with us, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, in just under an hour, we will have a parade and the playoffs. Everyone needs a bit of a break. Mostly, I mean the fighters, because the toughest part of the tournament is still ahead of them. So as you can see, there will be some of the replays from today's tournament, as well as videos from other Magna Carta projects. Today's tournament, of course, brought to you by Magna Carta, called Magna Carta Monaco. Go to Instagram, magnacarta.project, to get more information and up-to-date information about this and other Magna Carta events. They have events planned for every month in 2026, and I've seen that they already have some stuff planned for January 2027 as well. So if you want to keep up to date of what's happening in European medieval battles, and not only battles, find magnacarta.project on Instagram and follow. Also, from there you can find information about all your favorite teams, all the participants today. You can follow them there as well. If you are still on the broadcast, please consider following and liking the broadcast. That way you'll get notified for future broadcasts. And it helps us increase the following, which is always a great thing for everyone. So we're going to take a break now. As soon as we get information about the playoffs, who is facing whom and who has made it out of the groups to continue the fights, we will let you know. In the meantime, enjoy these highlights and this wonderful medieval music. And remember, magnacarta.project on Instagram, and like and subscribe to this video.
allez, à l'issue de cette parade, pouvoir apprécier les combats consécutifs à ces matchs de poule de ce matin. Ça a valeur effectivement de tournoi, de play-off. Nous aurons donc à l'issue de cet après-midi le gagnant de ce tournoi édition 2026. The parade is going to take place in a few minutes now. All the fighters are going to come following the fights we had this morning. They're all motivated. All teams are going to present themselves. So the parade will remind you that seven fights are going to take place right here on the list in the arena. Mesdames et messieurs, on va pouvoir développer notre ami Loup, le DJ, pour cet après-midi qui va nous proposer une sorte de musique épique. Pour l'après-midi épique également. On va débuter maintenant cette parade des équipes. Ladies and gentlemen, now the parade will take place.
We are returning back to the live broadcast from the great city of Monaco for the team parades, and we start off with Bande Nere from Florence, Italy. Walking past the list, there they are, Bande Nere, finishing the group stage at number 1, top of their group, Group A. Team captain Nikita Vastargin. The rest of the team, including Ivan Barovnikov, Ilya Dragan, Enrico Bernadici. I'm sorry, guys, I'm gonna abuse these Italian names. Vincent Vermey, Dimitri Jacquet, Justin Charuel. Coming out second, top of their team, top of their group rather, of Group B, all the way from France. Le Kuncha, blue team with the lion on their chest. We're waiting for the next team to come out. I'll let you know that we still have 7 matches ahead. Start off, there we go. Of course, that is plus ultra. El Tercio Vigego plus ultra. Team from Spain. As I was saying, we have 7 matches ahead. While I wait for the next team to come out. It's going to initially be Group A versus B finishing off. It's going to start off by HMB Academies versus Pardus Bellator. Next will be Carcassonne versus La Colonna. Bringing a third match will be Martel. Who next one in the parade has come out. And it is, of course, La Confrérie de Loup, also from France. They have made it to the semi-finals. Before their match will be Martel versus Vassaux de Provence. After that, the fourth match will be Bande, Nere, who finished top of Team A, versus these gentlemen right here. La Confrérie de Loup finishing second in Group B. The last of the semi-finals will be Plus Ultra finishing second in Group A. That is El Tercio Viego Plus Ultra. And their opponents will be finishing first in Group B. Licuncha, who's also already gone down the parade. Next, of course, in the parade, we are seeing Martel. French team with lots of history. Many people know their symbol, their logo, their emblem. They have won at many a tournament in France and all over Europe. Very respected team. They are still to face one more match. They're going to go up against Le Vassaux de Provence. Who are the next team? This, of course, is Le Vassaux de Provence, also from France, with the blue and red, with the white cross on the red. They will be fighting Martel, as we just said, who was right in front of them in the parade. So the semi-finals will be between Bande, Nere and La Confrérie de Loup, and Plus Ultra and Le Contrat. The winner of each of those matches will go on to the final to decide who is first and second. The losers of those 2 rounds will go on to face each other for a battle for third. Flag, of course, belonging to Carcassonne. Team from the legendary fortress city of Carcassonne. They will be facing the Italian combined team of La Colonna. La Colonna, of course, being a combination of 2 Italian clubs or teams, Basilisk and Italian Bastards. I am guessing that they will be next out on the parade. It seems like they are standing in, from left to right on the list, they are standing in their groups, and they have walked out from first to last position in the group ratings. This is, of course, La Colonna. As you can see, the representatives of the two clubs, Basilisk and Italian Bastards. Basilisk being the yellow and purple, Italian Bastards, as you can see, with the big beautiful flag being the maroon and light blue tabards. They are facing Carcassonne. HMB Academies. Lots of new, inexperienced, or less experienced rather, participants in this team, showing great spirit, great maneuverability, lots of energy, lots of strength. A great showing today. They will go up against Pardus Bellator. It will be the first two teams to face off now after the break, which is why the whole team is probably returning to backstage immediately. These gentlemen are going to get dressed, put on their helmets, grab their gloves, their weapons, and come right back out to fight. The last team to come out onto the parade, of course, has to be Pardus Bellator. The blue with a red diagonal line, also from France. Also another team with a rich and long history, honor and tradition. Lots of also new fighters, less experienced fighters for them in this new team. As we can see, left of the list would be Group B. Right of the list would be Group A. Leading Group B. Lucuncia. Leading Group A, Bandaniera. Next in Group A plus Ultra. Next in Group B, La Confrérie de Loup. Being the captains of Group B. There we see Pardus Bellator now leaving frame. Next, there they are shaking hands as they are the first teams who will face off against each other. Next, of course, will be Carcassonne, La Colonna. Carcassonne will be from the right. La Colonna will be from the left. There they go. The two respective captains from La Colonna meeting, shaking hands with their next opponent, Carcassonne. Following match and next to shake hands with each other will be the captains of Martel and Vassaux de Provence. Both teams from France as well. And then the first of the playoff matches. Bandaniera finishing first in Group A. La Confrérie de Loup finishing second in Group B. And the last of the playoffs, the semi-finals, will be Plus Ultra. El Terzo Viejo Plus Ultra from Spain, facing off against Le Contrat from France. Finishing, of course, number 1 in Group B. So now that the parade is over, we have our audience, of course, applauding all the captains, all the teams, thanking them for the great show that they've put on so far. And of course, we hope and expect that the best is still to come. None of these next fights, none of these teams have fought each other yet. The first 3 fights are positions 2, 3, 4, and 5 from Group A versus positions 3, 4, and 5 from Group B. And then the semifinals, of course, being number 1 from A, number 2 from B, number 2 from A, number 1 from B, who will face each other respectively. So none of the next teams have fought each other yet. They've not been in the same groups, not in the same blocks, as we all wait in anticipation for HMB Academies and Pardus Bellator to make their way back to the list so we can get started once again, taking us all the way to the finals. 7 more matches to go. Of course, taking a little longer because everyone had to participate in the parade. So all teams are now backstage, getting dressed as quickly as possible. As we can hear, the announcer has just announced HMB Academies. The technical crew also checking that the lists are straight, because obviously with all those tackles and people going over the lists today, these lists have also taken some punishment, and technical crew has to make sure that all of them remain as straight as possible and move as little as possible. So as you can see, they get weighted down and placed on plastic or rubber rather flooring to try and keep them as stable as possible. They seem happy that's done. The marshals are very obviously ready to go. Audience also seem ready to go. Seems like during the break, it seems like we actually got quite a lot more audience members who joined live from Monaco, watching HMB battles for the first time in a couple of years at Magna Carta, Monaco. While we wait for HMB Academies, that is, of course, Pardus Bellator, who seem to already be ready to come back out to face HMB Academies. While we wait for them, remind you to please follow and like, or subscribe rather, and like the broadcast if you're enjoying it, to make sure that you don't miss notifications of future events and broadcasts as we see HMB Academies make their way back, dressed and armored up, head to toe, ready to fight. You can see some of their support, their team members. support team, coaches, helping with additional weapons. Pardus Bellator already in the list, getting checked by the marshals. If you want more information about any of the teams participating today, or what the next event is, or events for that matter, check on Instagram, Magna Carta _project, Magna Carta one word .project, and you will get a lot of amazing information about historical events happening in Europe, interesting facts about Monaco regarding this event. There are a lot of really interesting facts about Monaco, the flag, the history of the country, the history of the teams. Get to know the teams a little better. There you can see that Pardus Bellator arriving with quite a bit less fighters than most of the other teams. HMB Academies, apologies, having a much fuller set. Greeting each other, getting ready for what is going to be the last fight for these two teams. So this is now, both of these teams finished bottom of their respective groups. That is to say that of their 4 matches, neither of them were able to pull one out. So this is their last chance. And we see a lot of aggression. HMB Academies just charging and broken the line. One fighter already lost his weapon, meaning he has to fall back. Lots of movement, lots of tackles. No one has gone down yet so far. On the right there, on the left in front, we have someone from Bellator. Another Bellator down. 2 fighters from Pardus Bellator down. On the right, on the corner of our screens, another one is in trouble of going over the list. Another one has been taken down, 2 against 1, right in the far left-hand corner. Now those 2, one-handed axe and 1 halberd is working the head of that. But the halberdier has changed his target, also freeing up his teammate. They're now using their numeric advantage, HMB Academies, to keep the pressure. They're controlling all the territory. All the remaining 3 fighters of Pardus Bellator are all bogged down, held down. They don't have freedom of movement anymore. And now it is up to HMB Academies to get, here we go, drop 1 more, down to 2 fighters, and that is where marshals are going to call it. 6-2. But of course, with the numerical advantage and the marshals calling the stop, it does mean that the results will show 6-0 in favor of HMB Academies. What an aggressive start. I think that was one of the most aggressive starts we've seen to any of the matches today. Both teams really aggressive right off the bat. HMB Academies more so even than Pardus Bellator. You can see again, halberds are working a lot today with giving very good results. There seems like a foot injury for one of the fighters from HMB Academies. He was helped off, didn't look serious. Wonder what happened to him. As we get ready for round 2, you see the marshals checking the neck straps of all the helmets for Pardus Bellator at the moment. Simultaneously, of course, HMB Academies are also getting checked. Three halberdiers right there for Pardus Bellator. Let's see if they can. Let's see the aggression. Oh, starting with some big hits from both halberdiers. HMB Academy's halberdier just not stopping. Lines are broken. We've got 2. Both fighters go down, 1 from each team. Another Pardus Bellator fighter is down. Another one on the left side of the screen. Another one dropping 1 by 1 by 1 in quick succession. HMB Academies are doing really well this round as well. Ooh, there one is sat down on an opponent. No room to move, and he just got pushed over the body and sat down. What a quick and tight round started with great aggression again from both teams. HMB Academies pushed through and then immediately broke off into little 1-versus-1 bunches and just took down the fighters from Pardus Bellator one by one in very quick succession. HMB Academies taking both rounds 6-0, 6-5 to win their final match of the day, 2-0. Let's see these playback. These two fighters in the foreground went down together. That halberdier working the upper back of Pardus Bellator, and here 2-on-1, just charging onto the next opponent. Well done, HMB Academies. Great way to finish the day. Them. Next up, we will see Carcassonne and La Colonna coming into the list. Carcassonne from France. I hope, obviously, for everyone, from the legendary fortress city, French fortress city of Carcassonne. And Colonna, of course, this is Carcassonne with their black tabards. And La Colonna we see in the background joining the list from the left with their two different tabards representing the two different Italian clubs that they represent within their own right. The yellow and purple being the French team or club of Basilisk, the maroon and light blue tabard being Italian Bastards. Marshall's doing final checks. Gentlemen bowing to each other, saying hello, wishing each other luck. La Colonna on our left, Carcassonne on our right. So in opposite of the graphics, La Colonna is currently on the left-hand side, Carcassonne is on the right-hand side. But there you can see the full teams list as we start round one. Carcassonne taking the field faster, but less aggressive on the actual attack. Now we have their far flank pushing through. The line is already broken. We have guys from La Colonna moving in behind, see if they can make use of some attacks of opportunity. So far, everything... Ooh! Someone from La Colonna has gone over the list. -1 fighter. Small numeric advantage to Carcassonne. To La Colonna the advantage, apologies. As we've now seemed to almost have made two lines again, but not in the short diagonal of this, but the length. Here we have what seems to be 3-on-2. 3 Carcassonne facing off against 2 La Colonna, but it's a hugging match at the moment. No one really getting the opportunity to... Oh, there he goes! La Colonna just keeping on the pressure, adding a bit of strength, continuing the turn, and Carcassonne loses a fighter. Carcassonne fighter having lost his weapon, now having to go get a spare. As the fight continues primarily on the left-hand side of the list, we have 2 fighters. Ooh, another Carcassonnean going down. The numerical advantage now in Carcassonne's favor, 6-5. See a lot more careful movement in this fight from the previous match. See more careful movement, more careful planning. Fighters are looking around a lot more. These attacks of opportunity aren't being used as much just because there aren't that many opportunities. Ooh, well done, Carcassonnean. taking down, and then two go down together. 4-4. Carcassonne has lost their numerical advantage. We've got two 1-versus-1 scuffles happening on the right side, with one La Colonna bad position on his back. Potentially, oh, there he goes! He's down. Carcassonne now have the advantage again, 4-versus-3. He is again trying to get another guy over the list, controlling the head, pulling him over and down, taking his helmet off along with it. That's not a good sign, but Carcassonne will be happy with that result. The marshal explaining to him that he shouldn't use his halberd, that his halberd hooked onto the back of the helmet, and that's why the helmet came off as punishment for dangerous behavior. The Carcassonnian has been taken out of the fight as well. So what we see now is 3 Carcassonnians versus 2 La Colonna. The left corner, we see 2-versus-1, 2 Carcassonnians versus 1 La Colonna. On the right-hand side, we see 1-versus-1, with the Carcassonnians seeming to control the wrestling a little more. La Colonna, they're struggling in defense. And on the left, the opposite being true. They're 2-on-1. One Carcassonnian seems to be holding. And while the... that's stomach hits with that one-handed axe. Not very good. Not a comfortable position to be in. Luckily, he has a teammate there who can help him. On the right-hand side, the Carcassonnian still can... He's let his opponent go. He's going to try and run up and help his 2 teammates. There's not a lot of space there. I feel like he might actually be... Ooh! La Colonna now joining. 2 against 3 honestly might be easier for them than 1 against 2. So potentially that Carcassonnian running back to this side might not have been the most effective decision, but let's see how this goes. The marshals are breaking them up, breaking up the clinch to add some activity. They feel like it's too passive, so they've broken that up. Now gone right back there. Carcassonne has stolen the weapon of that fighter from La Colonna. And the round has been called. 3-2. Was the time? I'll be honest, that could actually have been time. I wasn't keeping an eye on the timer. What a good match. What a good matchup. These 2 teams, very good control. Not a lot of opportunity for attacks of opportunity were quite a bit, but most of these guys keep their eyes... Ooh, look at that. Kind of jumping too high, too much of an angle, and throwing himself over the edge. Here, one of those attacks of opportunity that I was talking about, not keeping his eyes, not keeping his head on a swivel, being attacked from behind, but not going over. These tackles being effective, but like I said, in this round, less effective. Here it did have a great result. And in the background, we see those 2 go down together. I wonder if is this that moment with the helmet? Yeah. So you could see that, yes, the halberd does hook onto the back of the helmet, and then the Carcassonnian was pulling forward. And as a result, he dropped the fighter from La Colonna, but as a result of what marshals decided or figured was dangerous behavior, he got penalized by having to take a knee as well. 3-2, yes, we finished on time. The time ran out, so that was a 5-minute round. One of the few times today that we've gone all the way on time. I think there was only one other round. 2 rounds. Quickly having a look. Seems like there were only 2 other rounds that went all the way today. Hopefully both teams, they do have additional people that they can switch in, additional team members. So hopefully both teams can put fresh people in, and we'll see a second round that is just as exciting and just as competitive, because that was a great competitive match. No one giving up territory, meeting in the middle. Little push and pull, push and pull. No one really falling back. No one really attacking too aggressively. Carcassonne taking a little step back here on the closer side. On the other hand, one of their team members, they have broken the line there. Attack of opportunity doesn't have a result. Is that Italian fighter from La Colonna? 2-on-1. He could be in danger, but on the other, the left-hand corner, his teammate is obviously now also facing 2-on-1. He is also not in a very convenient position. Let's see. And 2 fighters go down, 1 from every team. Another one from Carcassonne goes down. 2-on-1 take him down. La Colonna having the numerical advantage plus. Ooh, 2 fighters go down. 1 getting pushed over a downed opponent, and the other one just following him over. Another one from La Colonna over the downed opponent. Halberdier from La Colonna throwing a big hit. They do currently have the numerical advantage 4-on-3 against Carcassonne. Carcassonne in trouble there, going over the list. He corrected. He's still not in a great position. His teammate, that Halbert, trying to free him up, not able to yet. Now it is La Colonna's, Halberdier's turn. Start working. He turns around as one of the remaining fighters from Carcassonne has freed himself. This is a good position for him to be in, because you can draw a lot of attention to kind of try and help your teammates. Also gives him a lot more room to move, mobility, angles of attack. At the same time, he shouldn't stay. The longer he stands still, the longer his teammates, the Carcassonnians, are tapping out. The one in the corner. Yeah, he has tapped out. Is he gonna? Are we gonna see him take a seat? Or not? Will he continue? Marshals have called a stop. I'm not sure if it's a pause or a stop. The time is still going, so it is a pause and not a stop. One of the Carcassonne did take a knee, so we are now 4-on-2. The smaller fighter not finding an angle. La Colonna grabbing him to... Ooh, good man. Finding a way out to try and help his teammate. Unfortunately, he gets caught, twirled around, and gravity helps herself to pull him down to the ground. And La Colonna wins round 2 4-0 with just under 2 minutes to spare in the second round. Another excellent round. This is a good pairing of these two teams. First round going all the way to time, 5 minutes of fighting, ending 3-2. Round 2 ending 4-0, not going all the way to time, but 3 minutes of full fighting. What a hard, tough match. Let's have a look at... Here we see a fighter losing his halberd. Luckily, he was close to his own corner, getting help. Not that hard. Here we see Carcassonnian fighter, taking a big hit with the halberdier, trying to get a foot hook. Ooh, another good hit to the head. Here we already see La Colonna with a bit of freedom. Big swing, big vertical swing. Another big vertical swing. Same halberdier at upper back. And you can see that those hits absolutely work from the reaction of that fighter from Carcassonne. He immediately starts reacting, turning around, trying to get a different angle. And we are 1-for-1. Carcassonne took round 1 3-2, going all the way to time. La Colonna taking round 2 4-0, and now we are on round 3. Hopefully we can see another round like that. This one, some of these guys aren't ready yet, but that's their problem according to the marshal. And we start round 3. Carcassonne immediately pushing on the far side. We've got 2 diagonal lines. La Colonna holding on this closer side to us. Can't really see what's happening in that corner. Seems like one Carcassonnian is in the corner. He's being held down, and the halberdier is working his shoulder. not in a very comfortable position. His head is being controlled. Oh, there, and he goes down. And he goes down. And that's one down. Oh, another one in a very bad position. La Colonna also. Oh, there he goes. Carcassonne minus one more. La Colonian fighter still on his feet. That's -2 for Carcassonne. That push on the far side seemed to be. Oh! Tackle, takedown. One of the first ones we've seen in this match. These guys have been keeping their eyes on, their heads on swivels, their eyes open. Those tackles haven't been as effective. But here it did work, and La Colonna lost a fighter. But La Colonna having their advantage and using it. On the left-hand side, another 2-on-1 takedown. Carcassonne moving another fighter. Here again, 2-on-1 on the left. And the La Colonna fighters moving in to assist their teammate in that far corner. Carcassonnian on the left here, being held and hit by a halberdier. That is not... Marshals have stopped. Is it a pause or a stop? They've called it. The marshals have called it in favor of La Colonna. La Colonna, the combined team from two Italian teams or clubs, Basilisk and Italian Bastards, take this three-round fight, three-round match. What a great match. Well balanced. Some of the things that we saw work effectively in other matches were less effective this time around. More not because there weren't opportunities. I'm specifically talking about those tackle takedowns where fighters run in behind each other and use that moment of surprise to just ram into each other and send an opponent flying. It's not that there weren't opportunities to use them here. Many of these fighters were kind of keeping their heads on swivels and looking out for them. So those surprise moments didn't happen as often. This, however, we did see quite a bit. Lots of hitting. Good teamwork here. One teammate just simply holding your opponent in position. Oh, this is that beginning. This is what happened in the beginning, seems like. When Carcassonne broke the line initially. Pushed a little bit too hard, a little bit too far initially. Putting themselves behind the enemy line within reach of halberdiers and with little space to maneuver or for their teammates to help them. But again, excellent match. That was our second match between the numbers 4 in the rating from group stages A and B. Now we will see rating positions number 3, Martel. Martel and Vassaux de Provence, both Italian teams. This, of course, Martel with their blue cotte and their Warhammer sigil on their left breast and large on their back as well. They are going to the right. In the background, of course, we see Vassaux de Provence with their blue and red cottes, red with a white cross, of course, with half blue, half red. They will be fighting from the left, and Markel will be fighting from the right. Where we see the guys from Vassaux de Provence saying hello to their opponents, wishing them luck. Let's see what we have. Both sides have halberds. Oh, here we see the team setups. Markel, a slightly fuller team, and this shouldn't be a problem for Vassaux de Provence unless we go to 3 rounds. It might be a problem then. Here are both teams fairly relaxed off the top. Vassaux de Provence not advancing as much and also willing to take a small step back. Not really giving up territory, but not holding on too tightly either. Very calm and collected approach so far. People obviously looking, it's not that people are tired, but they're obviously looking for an opportunity. No one is there. On the far hand side, Martel has one of those fighters from Le Vassaux de Provence in a very good position. Can they realize it? Can they save their teammate? Which way is going to go? Oh, Martel with the runner in the back on the far right. They're just off camera. Not sure what's happening there. But we can see another Martel fighter going in behind. The lines have gone. We are in a free-faller. One Martel fighter down. One fighter from Le Vassaux de Provence. Seems like we're... Oh, no. Another Martel... Le Vassaux de Provence. Another one down. Martel now has the numeric advantage. Let's see what they can do with it. We have 2 blocks. Here it seems to be 2 versus 4, and on the other... Oh, that guy went down. That's probably going to call it. Yes. 6, apologies, to 2. That means that round goes to Martel. Very tight start. Very not conservative. Very contemplative start in terms of no one was showing a lot of super aggression. At the same time, you could see that guys were ready to get going. People were looking for opportunities. Here we see Martel working on this fighter, using their advantage in terms of numbers, freeing up fighters. Now we see guys changing out, making use of their reserves to keep fighters fresh. Of course, Marshal, every time you cycle out of the list, a Marshal does have to check that your helmet stripes and everything is tied properly and that you are wearing all of the required equipment, like your neck and back protector. As we get ready for round 2, Martel, Le Vassaux de Provence. Le Vassaux de Provence. Apologies. Martel on the right. Le Vassaux de Provence on the left. It makes it easier for us with their blue shoulder on the far side. It looks like a red and blue team. Le Vassaux de Provence not giving as much space this time, holding their ground, losing a weapon on the far side, creating an opening. That big fighter from Martel making it all the way off screen, stretching themselves diagonally. Le Vassaux de Provence holding this close. Ooh! Tried to run in behind, got that little ankle tap, and he is down. -1 for Le Vassaux de Provence. And now we have more fighters going down in that left-hand corner, 2 taking down together. As meeting in the middle, no one goes down. Lost weapon needs to get replaced. The chaos has begun. Here's an attempt, Martel, to throw this fighter out of the list. Over the top doesn't work, but Martel starts working. Halberdiers ready to get going. Now there's a one-on-one. Another fighter from Le Vassaux de Provence. Oh, is he from Martel? That is a Martel fighter, if I remember. Oh, but there on the right-hand side, Le Vassaux de Provence loses a fighter. Marshals have a question to the... No, everything is fine. As we now have one clumped fight. Martel 4 versus... No, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 Martelians. 1 left from Le Vassaux de Provence. Martel takes it. Martel takes it. Can't really say that there were specific big mistakes. Just one of those things that happens. Martel had a great opening moment when one of the fighters on the left flank lost their weapon for Le Vassaux de Provence and had to run back to the far side of the list to get a replacement. That created an opening for Martel to kind of take position on that far side of the list. And that big fighter, more than once a day, we have seen him in close quarters getting a hold of an opponent's head, and that being a very dangerous position to be in. And once they have the numerical advantage, Martel were able to capitalize on that and just one after the other take down the fighters from Le Vassaux de Provence, making the result 2 rounds to none for Martel. Apologies. Here we see the fighters from Martel halberdiers and axes working on this fighter from Vassaux de Provence, lifting his leg to try and block either his knee or his side. And here we have the start of the first semi-final. That means that the winners in this match go on to fight for first and second, and the losers from this match go on to fight one more match for third and fourth position. This is, of course, Bande Nere in the black and purple with their yellow and red emblem on their left chest. And their opponents, of course, in the blue and white, as we can see. Le Confrérie de Loup, French team. Bande Nere, of course, an Italian team. Their hometown of Florence. And there we can see the full list. Bande Nere, a couple of less fighters, but that hasn't stopped them yet. So you have the start of round one. Bande Nere letting some of the guys from Le Confrérie de Loup through. Lines are broken. Oh! Right over the top. Bande Nere also almost not quite keeping his feet, being able to rotate his body, staying on his feet, not going over the list. But we are one down for La Confrérie de Loup. And Bande Nere taking down another fighter on the right by the list. Losing. Oh, getting taken. These guys are so good at staying on their feet. The guys from Bande Nere. Good tackle from behind. But two big steps forward. And Bande Nere fighter stays on his feet. We're going wider to see. We have more kind of clumps of fights, not one big fight, not quite one-on-one. Bande Nere using their numerical advantage. That fighter in the middle of the list for La Confrérie de Loup taking two halberdiers, while a third is holding him. Here's another fighter for La Confrérie de Loup who is in trouble of potentially going over the list. You can see there his teammate asking him to take a step back so that he can work with the halberd, and the marshals call it in favor of Bande Nere. 7-0 at the end of the round. So Bande Nere not losing a single fighter in that round, not for lack of trying on the part of Le Confrérie de Loup. Here you can see this fighter, very nearly Bande Nere fighter, going over the edge, but he was able to just rotate his body in the right way, bend himself forward, and just hang on to the list. There's another moment, wonder if they're going to show it, where there was a great takedown tackle from a fighter from La Confrérie de Loup, who really tanked it in full speed into a fighter from Bande Nere, who was just able to keep it on his feet. And here we see those halberdiers working as we get ready for round two. La Confrérie de Loup having slightly more fighters in their lineup, which means that they have more fresh fighters to put into the fight. Though looking at Bande Nere, it doesn't look that's any concern to them. They're already back in the list. Everybody ready to go. Checked by the marshals. Waiting for round two to get started. La Confrérie de Loup having lost only one match today against Le Comtois, another French team. Here we have the captain of Bande Nere discussing something with the marshals, or the marshal discussing something with them. Doing a final count, making sure everybody's ready, everybody's been checked. The marshals are ready to get started on both sides. Talks seem to continue. Got two of Bande Nere's halberdiers here. Teams ready, and start round two. Both teams roughly meet in the middle. Bandanera's left flank more aggressive. Some of the fighters from Le Confrérie de Loup making it through the line to the back. Let's see if they can capitalize. No, they're keeping good. Oh, couldn't keep his balance. Fell down. Another one down on the left there, 2-1. La Confrérie de Loup is in trouble on the left there as well. The halberdiers from Bandanera obviously working very hard, not stopping, and the refs call it, the marshals call it. That is it. Bandanera will be going through to the finals to fight for first and second, and La Confrérie de Loup will have one more round, one more match to go, where they will fight for third and fourth place. And who they will fight against, we will find out in the next match. Last Ultra face Le Contrat. Number 1 from Group B versus number 2 from Group A. Here you can see those halberdiers from Bandanera. Good hits, solid, strong hits, helping their teammates, creating opportunities. As we wait for Plus Ultra and the Contra to make their way to the list and face our last semi-final match to decide who will face Bandanera for first and second, and who will face La Confrérie de Loup for third. On the left with the white and red, that's of course Plus Ultra, Spanish team. And on the left of our screen now, the blue tabards with the yellow squares and the yellow lion, of course, Le Contrat, finishing top of their group, not having lost a single match yet today. Plus Ultra having lost only to Bandanera so far. Should also be a really good match. Vernon has been checked and ready. Some of the technical crew are checking the stability of the lists, making sure all of that is ready. As we can see that we are, there we go, ready to go. Gentlemen seem excited, already 2-3 steps from the back of the list, getting ready to take their position. Everybody saying hello to each other, wishing each other good luck. And we get off to a start. Last semi-final match. There we go. Le Contrat giving up a little bit of field in this closer list, their closer flank. On the other side, holding really well with Plus Ultra's halberdier there, working quite actively to try and create some space, inflict some damage. Le Contrat trying to get a fighter behind the line of Plus Ultra, pushing that fighter back. Lines are starting to break. There we see Le Contrat, one fighter from Plus Ultra's gone down. Another one in that far right-hand corner. The Comtois using their numerical advantage already, going after fighters 2-on-1. Another fighter going down, using his down teammate as an obstacle to drop him. And Le Comtois using their numerical value advantage now. One fighter holding the opponent, the others, as you can see in this close corner, two fighters holding one fighter, and then the third, the Axeman, working. Same thing on the far side, and there we see the result. Halberdier putting down that fighter, and the marshals have called it 7-2. That makes the result for the round 7-0 for Le Comtois. French team very convincingly take round 1. And yet we have seen this before for Plus Ultra today, where their first round is a slower, less aggressive round. When they then come back in a second round with lots of aggression. Let's see if what Plus Ultra can bring to the table next. In the second round, we see the marshals checking the changes that teams have made to fighters coming in and going out. Marshals making sure that everybody is safe and ready to go for round 2. Le Comtois here in front of us, ready for round 2. Guys of Plus Ultra don't seem quite ready yet. There's still some people still leaving, some people still coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on that side, 7 on that side. Now they seem to be ready. Still have someone from Plus Ultra putting on a helmet. I wonder if there's another change. Nope, there they go. Start of round 2. Le Comtois not giving up any territory, going all the way straight in. Plus Ultra, less aggressive than I think we'd want to see them in the start of this second round. Halberdiers working. We have on this closer to us list 2 pairs who have already kind of grouped off, trying to control each other's heads and bodies and balance. Plus Ultra runners trying to get in behind to create. Oh! Trips and goes down. Plus Ultra is -1 on the far side of the list. Here we can see Plus Ultra almost getting what can they finish? There are 2 positions. Yes, one has gone down. They seem to be 6-6. No, another Plus Ultra going down on the far side of the list. They keep their numeric disadvantage, unfortunately for them. Le Comtois not letting up, keeping up the pressure, using, on the other hand, their numerical advantage to hold fighters down, not give them any mobility, and then getting their fighter got free on the right-hand side, now no left frame. But that's 3 against 1, and seeing the fighters from Le Comtois return to frame, I'm guessing they took him down, and the round is called 6-0, if I am not mistaken, for Le Comtois. Which takes us to the finals. First will be the match for 3rd place for the bronze position, which will be Plus Ultra versus La Confrérie de Loup. So Plus Ultra will not be leaving the arena. They stay on as they fight for the bronze medal against La Confrérie de Loup, who will be returning now after their fight against Bande. And after this next match, we will have Bande and Le Comtois, our 2 dominating teams all the way from the group stages. Neither one of these teams have lost a match yet today. And now we will see them face each other in the finals for the gold medal for 1st position. But first, we need to decide who's going to be 3rd. Plus Ultra seem to be changing sides. Don't seem that tired. It's a good sign. Are they leaving the arena, or do we have a break? Seems like we might have a short technical break for plus ultra to be able to recover. In the meantime, we see the technical crew having a look. The lists seem to be in order. Nothing needs additional attention. So we're just going to wait a minute. Like to remind you, if you've joined us recently, welcome to the live broadcast of Magna Carta Monaco. 10 teams facing off against each other. We are all the way down to the finals now. We have 2 matches left. The match for bronze and the match for gold and silver. 7 teams from France, 2 from Italy, 1 from Spain. The match for 3rd place for the bronze will be between La Confrérie de Loup, French team, against Plus Ultra, Spanish team. To be exact, they are El Tercio Fuego Plus Ultra, Spanish team. For 3rd place, so France versus Spain. And for 1st, Bande versus Le Contrat being French team, Bande having their hometown as Florence, Italy. So for 3rd, the French and the Spanish, and for 1st and 2nd, the Italians and the French. Here we see the technical team. See out the lists. As we see how much fun some of the audience members are also having. Young. And we see the technical team repositioning some of the weights on the list just to make sure that for the finals, nothing moves around too much, that everything stays in position. So if you have joined us recently, please take a look at your YouTube screen. If you have not yet, please subscribe and like. If you've liked this wonderful tournament today, which if you're watching, I can't imagine that you wouldn't, but please subscribe and like. Subscribe so that you can get notifications about future broadcasts and videos that are released, and like to help us spread the wonderful news of Magna Carta Monaco. If you want more information about this and other events like it that is centered around medieval history in Europe, go on to Instagram, find Magna Carta, one word, .project. That's Magna Carta .project, Magna Carta .project. On Instagram, follow them there. You can find the whole list of their events planned for the year so far, as well as lots of extra information about history, events, Middle Ages, lots of great stuff there. You can also find links to the Instagram pages and other pages of all your favorite teams who are participating today and who will participate in future events. So have a look, take a look on what there is there. Here we see our marshals having a quick chat. There luckily haven't been any big complicated decisions that needed a lot of intense input from the marshals. Most of it has been fairly straightforward, just following the rules. Fighters losing a glove, for example, or twice now it's happened where a helmet's come off, and then just making sure that the fighters follow the rules, and making sure that once contact is made, fighters are sat down so they are removed from the fight. Because sometimes when you are holding on to the list, you don't realize that you have made that 3rd point of contact with the ground. Either you or your opponent might not realize, and then it is the job of the marshals to kind of help resolve those situations to make sure that no one gets injured, that everyone follows the rules, and that the results are respectable and honest and true. Today, so far, has been fairly straightforward in that sense, where there hasn't been a lot of input from the marshals, in the sense that the rules have been followed and the marshals haven't really needed to contribute a lot. Now we're just waiting for our finals to get off. Two more matches to go, hopefully, and probably the two toughest matches of the day. I am really looking forward to the final. Bande Nere and Le Coultras have shown great results today. Both teams have been very strong in their own way. Bande Nere having great control, lots of personal skill in their team, good control, good coordination between team members where they work really well in packs of 2 and 3, but at the same time in packs of 1 as well. Le Coultras, of course, not being any worse. They've also shown a lot of strength, just pure power, throwing their opponents over the list like little sheets of paper, being able to hold their line very well. Lots of power, lots of strength. Really strong team as well. Really able to quickly make use of any small advantage, whether it is a lost weapon for an opponent that has to run back, or if it is that first numerical advantage. I think that numerical advantage is also going to be a big role in the final between those two teams, because they are two really good teams, and I think it is probably going to come down to luck and skill, obviously, but that first big move, I think, is going to make a big difference. But before we get there, we are, of course, waiting for Plus Ultra and La Confrérie de Loup to make their way back. Here we see Les Confrères de Loup, La Confrérie de Loup, apologies, making their way back to the list for the final time today. They will be fighting it out for bronze position. Their opponents, as we can see in the background there, Plus Ultra, the fighters from Spain, El Tercio Figuego Plus Ultra, in these white and red tabards that we see getting checked now. And on the far side, of course, La Confrérie de Loup, also getting checked, as we get ready to find out who will be walking away with the bronze medal today at Magna Carta, Monaco. Also, two great teams showing great performances all the way through today. Either one of these teams, both of them have respectively only lost 2 fights, and both of them have been against the 2 favorites who are now in the finals, Bande Nere and Le Coultras. So these statistically should also be very well balanced. There we see the fighters saying hello to each other, wishing each other luck, as we get ready for the start of round 1. And there we go. We see La Confrérie de Loup more aggressive, going past the halfway line and pushing on the far side. We've seen this be a dangerous move in some rounds, but so far they're keeping control quite well. No dangerous positions for them. Trying to make their way backwards, keeping that one fighter isolated, and that one isolated fighter from Plus Ultra is going down. Is he down yet? Ooh, another. That was also a very bad position for that fighter from La Confrérie de Loup. That fighter from Plus Ultra not down yet, but he is in a very tough position. Very tough position. And we're in soup. The lines have broken. It is a free-for-all. We have little one-on-one fights happening everywhere. Left far-hand corner, that fighter from Plus Ultra is in trouble. Ooh, takedown in the middle of the list, plus Ultra losing one fighter. La Confrérie de Loup having a numerical advantage. No, they've also lost a fighter. Same place. And here in the foreground, another fighter from Plus Ultra getting taken down 2-on-1. In the background, in that far left corner, we see a big struggle for control position. Now it's gone to 2-2. Both fighters have had a teammate come up to help them. Another Plus Ultra gets taken down right on the middle of that left list. And in the right there, we see another Plus Ultra fighter suffering 1 against 2, and they kick his feet out from under. That's it. That left corner, also 2-on-1 Halberdier working. He's out. He's down. And we have a run-up tackle. There is a big numerical advantage here for La Confrérie de Loup. They are now controlling their opponents, takes a knee, and that is it. The marshals will call it there. 6-2, that makes the result 6-0 in favor of La Confrérie de Loup. 3 minutes left on the clock. Well, just under 3 minutes left on the clock. What a powerful display from La Confrérie de Loup right from the start. They pushed a little bit further, tried to create an opportunity. That one fighter from Plus Ultra almost immediately got put in a very uncomfortable position. And here we see those little 2-on-1 teams trying to take that short advantage, and then before help arrives. And here we can see those little 1-on-1s. Those tackles have been so effective. Oh, and there in the background, that beautiful leg block and drop. One of the less effective tackles, but end result 6-0. La Confrérie de Loup takes round number 1. As we see guys changing out for round 2. 3 Plus Ultra fighters, another one leaving, one coming in. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the list now. The new fighters are getting checked by the marshals. La Confrérie de Loup seem to already be ready. They're waiting for the round to get called. Let's see what Plus Ultra will do. Can they find some more aggression and energy for this second round and bring it back to claim 3rd place? Or will La Confrérie de Loup keep on the pressure and the dominance as they have in round 1? See the fighters again saying hi to each other, joking a little bit. This is potentially their last round of the day, unless Plus Ultra has something to say about it. As we get round 2 underway, La Confrérie de Loup again not hesitating, immediately going to the middle. Little bit more caution this time on both sides. Plus Ultra a little bit more aggressive in terms of attacking and position. Slowly taking position here on the closer flank. No one so far getting any concrete control or position, but Plus Ultra pushing. Oh, attack, a takedown from behind. What? I didn't even see where he came from. That is exactly how that is supposed to look. And all of a sudden, we're in soup again. The lines are broken. We are all over the place. It is a free-for-all, so keep your head on a swivel to see who's running up where. Plus Ultra having the numerical advantage of +1. Let's see what they can do with it. On our right-hand side here, we have 1 Plus Ultra fighter against 2. Let's see if his teammates, here comes help. Ooh! He didn't go and take him all the way over the list, but what a good hit. Clotheslining that guy over the list. Let's see what happens. Plus Ultra in danger here. Very uncomfortable position. His opponent not in a much better position behind him, but he has lost his balance backwards, which is hard to come back from other side seems a little bit calmer. We've got two fighters one-on-oneing it on the left there, and a whole bunch. Here we have one La Confrérie de Loup who's come over this side. He was followed by a fighter from Plus Ultra. Now 2-on-1. Let's see what these guys can do here. We have another fighter down in the foreground here. That, of course, can be used as an obstacle to push your opponent over. Another fighter getting put down by the Marshal from the look of it. From Plus Ultra. I didn't see what happened to him. There was a mistake. Oh, another Plus Ultra down. They had such a good start. Now they are 5-5. They are equal. They had the numerical advantage. They've lost it now. They're back to equal. Let's see who can capitalize on what opportunities. We have a one-on-one in the foreground here on the right side of our screens. Moving towards the corner. They're Plus Ultra in the background making a push on the left side. They've on the edge of frame. Let's see what's happening there. That seems like it could have a... Oh, and there we go! Both of them go down. Oh, and an ankle tap on the right. La Confrérie de Loup takes down another Plus Ultra fighter there now. In a numerical advantage, one of their fighters made contact. He had to be told by the Marshal to take a seat. But they are now 3-on-1 from the look at it. And the Marshals call it. 3-0, round 2, La Confrérie de Loup. Plus Ultra did make that comeback that we had seen them do today. It was a little too late. They couldn't quite pull it through. They had a good numerical advantage at one point, and they were trying to use it. But unfortunately for them, they couldn't pull out round 2. But a result of 3-0, much better than 6-0 from the first round. So well done. And congratulations, of course, to La Confrérie de Loup, who take third place. They go home with the bronze medal. Excellent performance today. Very aggressive, very powerful, not giving up anything, making use of the low list to throw people out of the list very well. Great tackle takedowns. Very strong on their feet. Excellent team. Congratulations to them. What a good fight for third. I hope that we can, well, I'm sure we can. I am expecting a similar kind of fight for first and second, which is, ooh, there you go. What a clothesline takedown. I hope they're going to show that ankle tap. That was a beautiful little move from a fighter who, from Plus Ultra, who decided to try and go and help his teammate. And as he left, there we go, the ankle tap, and he goes down. Excellent move from La Confrérie de Loup. And that is one of the ways how they took second round and the match to claim the bronze medal. Now we are waiting for the final two teams, Bande Nere and Lukanchu. Both undefeated today. They have beaten every single team they've gone up against, respectively. Comtois and Bande Nere. And now we will see what that comes down to. They have beaten everyone they faced. The only opponents they have left are each other. Respectively, the best in their groups. Group A, Bande Nere, Le Comtois. Best in Group B, stats-wise. Both of them won their respective matches in the semifinals. And now they are facing each other to see who can claim gold in Monaco. Marshall seem to be ready. Le Comtois ready. And we have started round one. Bande Nere moving forward a little bit more aggressive. Their close flank going all the way through Le Comtois having fighters move right way through. Bande Nere taking advantage of someone went down in the middle there. Bande Nere fighter losing his weapon. One Bande Nere fighter down. Another fighter in trouble at the list in the right corner. Ooh. Bande Nere fighter here on the left side taking down someone from Le Comtois. Now 3-on-1ing this fighter, trying to save their teammate. Le Comtois losing a fighter, trying to take down, losing his own balance and going down on the right-hand corner there. Now we have this 4-on-1 mashup ending, of course, in Bande Nere taking that fighter down for Le Comtois. What an epic start. That could have gone either way. Le Comtois in the beginning, very aggressive moves, almost took out one Bande Nere fighter over the list. Bande Nere losing the first fighter of the round, but keeping control, keeping calm, not losing control of the situation and bring it back. Excellent teamwork from Bande Nere. Individually keeping control of their little situations, but as a team, of course. Here, a big moment, a fighter loses a weapon, and that moment where you have to go and get a second one, your attention is split. There, great move, great move. Unfortunately, losing his own balance and falling down as well. Maybe trying to bite off more than you can chew. It looked like he was trying to ram into both of the Bande Nere fighters at the same time, instead of maybe choosing one. In the end, losing his own balance. As we get ready for round two, both teams very energetic, ready to go. As you see them before the command from the marshals already starting to step forward. Round two is underway. Le Comtois allowing Bande Nere to close more distance on this closer part of the list. Lots of aggression from both sides. Lots of hit. Minimal movement so far. But a definite struggle for position, for control, trying to create opportunities. Oh, our first run! And Bande Nere great, again showing great teamwork. Teammate seeing the run and keeping his teammate upright, just supporting him. We now have one fighter from Le Comtois who has made it in behind the lines. The second one, oh, what an excellent move there. They are now, however, isolated behind the lines of Bande Nere. Oh, go down together, -1 for each team. Le Comtois fighter on the right there is against two Bande Nere fighters. We're seeing lots of movement now, and oh, what a great tackle. If that list was half a meter further away, that would not have ended well for that Bande Nere fighter. But, ooh, excellent control again. Bande Nere is excellent, staying on their feet. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay up for too much longer. He got taken down. We're in the soup now. It's a free-for-all. People have kind of broken off to 1 versus 1. The Comtois seem to have a numerical advantage, +1. But they're not there. Can they use it? Can they take that Bande Nere fighter over the top of the list here in the left-hand corner? There's no one free to help him. All of his teammates are tied down as well. But he was changing position now. That team, oh, and they both go over. There's no way. Or can they? How do you decide that? Nope. A tap from the marshal says you are out too. So both of them go over the list. Now we have some free fighters on the left-hand side there. One of Bande Nere's halberdiers looking for an opportunity, looking left and right, trying to see where there's an opportunity. But someone is following him with a buckler and a falchion, trying to see where they can stop him or block him. Because these Bande Nere halberdiers are quite dangerous. Another freak Bande Nere fighter running for the tackle, not effective. We have 4 in that one corner, 2-on-2. In this closer to us, we have 1-on-1. No one in an obvious position of... Ooh! Not sure. Yeah, that guy went down. Bande Nere with that punch to the face with a run-up. Fighter from Le Comtois going down. Oh, and over the top there goes another one from Le Comtois. Bande Nere now have the numerical advantage of 1. It's now 4 versus 3, which could just clinch it. Bande Nere is a very good cohesive team. There we go, 2-on-1. They take down another fighter. It is now 4-on-2. Le Comtois need to... Oof, no, that he's gone down as well. 4 versus 1. And that is it. What an exceptional second round. For a while there, it looked like Le Comtois was going to take it. Le Comtois had a great opportunity, had a numerical advantage. They were fighting really well. Bande Nere managed to grab victory from the jaws of the lion and brought it back for a 4-0 victory of round 2, making it 6-0, 4-0, 2 rounds to none. Bande Nere take the gold. Le Comtois take silver. La Confrérie de Loup take third. And that is our podium results for Magna Carta Monaco. Gold is going home to Florence in Italy with Bande Nere. Silver goes to France. Le Comtois. Let's see these highlights. What an excellent hit. That could not have become... And then that halberdier right there again to help. Excellent cohesion on both teams. They kind of really know where to look, where to help each other. Excellent. Oh, what an amazing throw over the list. Just an excellent hook. And here, of course, 2 against 1 in Bande Nere's favor. That is going to be a tough position for anyone to be in. And of course, they realize that one. So top to bottom, the rankings go for the day as a whole. We have Bande Nere taking gold, first place. Second place, silver, going to Le Comtois. Third place going to La Confrérie de Loup. Fourth to Plus Ultra. After that, we have Martel, Les Vassaux de Provence in 6th. 7th, La Colonna from Italy, a combination team. Carcassonne in 8th. HMB Academies 9th. Pardus Bellator 10th. What an exceptional day. 27 fights, 27 matches. Each team fighting a minimum of 5 matches. The guys who made it, the 4 teams who made it to the semifinals, fighting an additional 6th match. It's 4 in the group stages, 5th for the semifinals, and of course the 6th for the finals. The other teams from the groups, of course, having also fought 4 in the group stage, and then 1 additional in the playoffs. Here we see the guys from Le Comtois celebrating their silver position, and they deserve it. They fought valiantly today. They showed us exactly where that history of this team comes from. Like I said, they're not a new team. They're quite an established team that have won lots of tournaments all over Europe. This is another great result for them, and they seem very happy. I would also be happy in their position. Excellent match. As we see the gentleman from La Confrérie de Loup also having come out in preparation for the award ceremony. There we see the happy Le Comtois fighters ready to celebrate, or ready to continue fighting from the look of it. What an excellent day of fighting in Monaco. Magna Carta Monaco. As we wait for the award ceremony. Here we go. Oh, there we go, there we go. La Confrérie de Loup. Also excellent showing today. They should also be very happy with their results. Against Plus Ultra, they did exceptionally well to claim bronze. Plus Ultra, who also all day did really, really well. And there we go. Third place. La Confrérie de Loup. Exceptional team hailing from France, claiming bronze in today's Magna Carta Monaco tournament. If you enjoyed today's fights, today's matches as much as I did, please remember to subscribe and like to make sure that you don't miss future broadcasts. Also, if you're an Instagram user, go to magnacarta.project, that's Magna Carta one word, .project. Follow Magna Carta to see their next events. As I've said multiple times, their schedule for the whole year has already been published, and they have events planned every month of the year. They publish a lot of extra information, not only about the events, but amazing, interesting information regarding other stuff tied to the event. About Monaco, for example, as we see Le Comtois, another French team, being awarded their silver medals for finishing second. Exceptional showing today. They're definitely happy with that result, and you can see it. They seem very happy, and they deserve it. Well done, guys. Excellent, excellent showing. So if you want to congratulate the teams, as I said, magnacarta.project on Instagram, there you will find links to information for all the teams who participated today, and you can write your messages of support and congratulations there to them as well. So go on to Instagram, find your favorite team, and show them some love. As Bande Nere get called up to receive the coveted and well-deserved golden medals for Magna Carta Monaco. We see captain of the team, Nikita Bastargin, bringing up the rear of the team. As you see, everybody thank each other for a day of exceptional fights, exceptional matches, lots of fun, excellent, a lot of fun to watch. The captain of Bande Nere, Nikita Bastargin, going around, shaking the hands of his opponent. That is it for us for today. Thank you all for being with us. Thank you for your comments. Hope you enjoyed it. Again, if you did, please like, please subscribe. Go to Instagram, magnacarta.project, follow, find your favorite teams, follow them, show support. Best thing we can all do is support our teams. So thank you again. Thank you for being with us. As we see the general photograph of all the champions with their flags. So thank you again for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it. Again, leave a comment, like, subscribe. As the teams leave the list, I'm also going to say thank you very much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. It's great sharing this with you. Thank you for your comments. And see you at the next Magna Carta event when we do this again. To know more about when and where it will be, Instagram, magnacarta.project.